Wow. Good morning, dear Excellencies, distinguished guests, decision makers and industry leaders, researchers, academics and students. Good morning again and welcome to the 10th edition of the Energy Transition Conference. To all of you physically present here at Studentersamfundet in Trondheim and to everyone joining us online. I am Ruth Sæter. I will be your moderator today, and together with me on stage, come on, we have Grande, Rector at the NTNU Norwegian University of Science and Technology, and we have Asgeir Tomasgard, who is Director of NTNU Energy and Director of the Board of the NTNU Energy Transition Initiative. Good morning to both of you.
Thank you very much.
Now,
yeah. But I'm not sure. Yeah, there is sound, yes?
Of course there is sound, yes. Now, 1 year ago, you both expressed concern about surging global geopolitical tension. And the world hasn't become any calmer since then. Wars, instability, disruption, fragile supply chains, volatile markets, these are all affecting the energy transition. Now, that's why this year's overarching topic for the conference is energy security in the energy transition, and it feels especially urgent this time. Asgeir Tomasgard, when you designed the conference program, you could have chosen on, focused on many different aspects of the energy transition, but you chose the relatively challenging trilemma, I would say, of security, competitiveness, and climate. Why this trilemma?
Well, we started out this work last fall, in fact, to identify the main topic of the conference. And already at that time, it started to become clear that we would have this discussion that we will have today. We think there is still an urgent need, as ever, to focus on the zero-emission society and the transmission. But we saw that a lot of attention was drawn towards energy security and towards competitiveness. If you look at the European situation, industry is struggling. There is an energy crisis going on, and there is an increased awareness about the security aspects of energy. So our ambition and thought was, could it be possible that we could actually be able to address the whole trilemma at the same time and find the solutions that could contribute positively to all of those aspects?
Yeah, and here we are today. And Grande, where do research and education fit into this specific and complex picture?
I think this really complex problem, so to speak, is really calling for both education and research. And in that terms, I think it's important to see the importance of transdisciplinary research and also with cross-sectoral collaboration. Collaboration between academic and research institutes on one side and the industry on the other side.
And do you feel that's easier now or more challenging?
No, it's still challenging, but I think it's still, in my view, maybe I'm a bit biased, but I think we are more relevant than ever, actually. For a few years ago, I actually embarrassed the whole audience, saying that also one of the big problems was the lack of talent. Then I insulted the whole. The point
You're not going to say that today.
No, the point is that we also are responsible for bringing new talent into this complex problem.
That's a better way of
solving the problem on behalf of the society.
Yeah, and you are equipped to do that, of course.
I hope so. I feel quite confident that we are actually.
We are actually in the capital of technology in Norway, aren't we?
We are, and we are a major player, especially in the energy sector in Europe.
Yeah. Asgeir, we see that security spending is rising everywhere. Cyber infrastructure, materials, defense needs. How do we avoid that security and climate are ending up in a tug of war of resources?
I think you could easily end up in that situation if you don't have a holistic approach to policy development. You could easily see that investments in security and investments in the energy transition compete for the same resources, compete for the same skill sets, and for the money. And I think, indeed, and I think if you look at it from another perspective, it's also a lot of the same interests. You need stable infrastructures developed in the long term. You need resilience in those infrastructures. You need a safe digital transformation. You need credible policy, trustworthy framework conditions so that you can invest. And what we are trying to address today is how to avoid lock-ins, where you do the wrong investments, focusing on only one of the objectives, but try to get a holistic view on this and make the right decisions today.
Not a very easy task, I would say. And the transition is running on global interdependencies, materials, technology, and data. And these links are getting more fragile. So how should Europe and Norway stay globally connected without being strategically exposed, you think?
Yeah, for Norway, to start with Norway, we are a very small country. We base our economy on imports and exports to benefit from global trade. So we are in a very vulnerable situation, considering what you see now with fragmentation and sorts of deglobalization. So obviously we want to look into, and I think Europe is in very much in the same situation. You need to look at work sharing and how to produce products and how to have partners internationally. So we want to study that. Is it possible to do the energy transition? Is it possible to focus on security? Is it possible to focus on affordability without going full deglobalization, but look at maybe diversified value chains and cooperation with trustworthy allies?
You're nodding, Tor.
Yeah, and I think also it's important to address that the problem we're trying to solve is actually a global problem. And I don't think international collaboration is actually an option. We have to collaborate, but I think learn the lessons from the last few years. We need to also, at the same time, also make sure that we have the capacity and also the competence also in order to also to secure that not only Norway but also Europe is in a situation that this kind of security and energy go hand in hand.
And knowledge, capabilities, you've spoken about that, but what about trust? I know that is important to you.
Yeah, I came actually from Stockholm yesterday evening, and we had a 20th anniversary for the Nordic Fight Tech, and we talked about Nordic values.
Yeah.
And trust, I think, is really one of the key issues, which I think especially the northern part of Europe can really contribute, not only to Europe, but actually on the global scene.
Because we have societies based on trust.
Trust to people, trust to authorities, trust to institutions, trust to democracy.
Not everybody is doing that at the moment, but then again, we're going to discuss that further on, I think. Any final comments from you, Asgeir, before we set off?
I think we have sort of set the scene for a good discussion. I hope that the panels that we will have during the day is able to address some of these questions and constructively look at solutions. I think we bring together here people from government agencies, government policy, industry, academia, and together we need to solve this problem.
Absolutely, we do. And a decade of this conference shows that you're just as relevant as ever. So I think we should just fly into the program soon. So thank you, Asgeir, Tomasgard, and Tor Grande. But before we take off, some practical information to make sure that we have a safe journey together today. So this is basically for the physical audience, of course. And this is my flight attendant moment. So emergency exits, they're all marked with green signs. 3 exits from this room. And the muster point is on the outside. It's the park on the right-hand side of the main entrance, if the alarm were to go off. Toilets, back where you came in the entrance area, there are toilets. Wardrobe, you probably saw it on your way in, and all refreshments will be served in Glassgården, which is the atrium down the stairs. And if you haven't registered yet, i.e. picked up your name tag, please do so during the break, because otherwise you risk receiving a no-show fee. And we don't want that happening, do we? And also, the conference is fully booked. I can see everyone seems to be well seated, but don't worry, scoop together and maybe you find new friends today by doing that. We would like you to evaluate today's program and for the entire week, and you will find some QR codes at the exit over there and also on the screens in the lobby areas. So please use that to evaluate the program and the Energy Transition Week. And the recording, I know there's always a question, can we have a look at the presentations afterwards? Yes, you can look at the recording, which will be published on the website of the conference. Okay, is everyone ready to take off? Yes, good, cool. We're going to fly into the first session of the program. Now, security concerns dominate global agendas at the moment, but the climate crisis does not wait. So how can we balance short-term supply security with long-term emission reductions? Are there synergies to be found or mere conflicts? In this session, policymakers, industry leaders, and academics who are attacking these questions from different angles will be discussing the possible paths ahead. The first perspective comes from the Norwegian Ministry of Defence, which is responsible for the formation and implementation of Norwegian security and defence policy. 2026, this year, is named the Total Defence Year in Norway. And one important message from the ministry, as Norway is facing the most serious security situation since the Second World War, is that we have to stand together to be better equipped to handle everyday crises and the most serious scenarios. And within that frame, I wonder, how does the Ministry of Defence perceive the link between security policies and energy resilience? Let's lend ears to State Secretary Marte Gerhardsen from the Labour Party and the Ministry of Defence. Please welcome her to the podium.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you for having me. Ladies and gentlemen, excellencies, it's great to be here in Trondheim at this very important conference, coming at a very good time, or bad time, whatever. But it's at least a very relevant time. Because today the relationship between security policy, energy policy, and climate policy is no longer an abstract discussion. It's being shaped by the conflict we see around us. Russia's war on Ukraine fundamentally changed Europe's understanding of energy security. Energy infrastructure became a target. Power plants were attacked. Gas deliveries were weaponized. And Russia's war on Ukraine is financed by their oil export. Energy systems are both targets and tools of conflict. And now, the ongoing conflict involving Iran has once again reminded us how fragile global energy markets can be. Disruptions to oil exports through the Straits of Hormuz, one of the world's most important energy corridors, have created volatility across global markets and raised concern about supply stability. And for countries like Norway and for Europe as a whole, this underlines a simple reality. Energy, climate, and security policy are inseparable. And in the long term, the green transition strengthens security. Every megawatt of renewable power reduces dependency on imported fossil fuels. Every improvement of energy efficiency reduces vulnerability to external shocks. An interconnection between European countries strengthens our collective resilience. Climate policy is also security policy. And this has become increasingly clear in Europe since 2022. Diversification of energy supply, combined with the rapid expansion of renewable energy, has reduced Europe's exposure to geopolitical pressure. And Norway has played an important role in this. Today, the Norwegian continental shelves provide roughly 1/3 of the European Union's gas imports. Norwegian gas has helped keep lights on and industries running during an extremely challenging period for Europe. And at the same time, Norway is investing heavily in the next phase of the energy system. Offshore wind, carbon capture and storage, hydrogen, and the electrification of industry and transport. And our ambition is clear: to remain a reliable energy partner for Europe while contributing to the global climate transition. We must also acknowledge that there are tensions between short-term security needs and long-term climate goals. Because when energy supply is disrupted, as we have seen in the recent weeks because of the war involving Iran, government must act quickly to stabilize markets and ensure supply. Strategic reserves may be released, fossil fuel production may increase, and infrastructure decisions may be accelerated. And these actions can complicate climate ambitions. But they are sometimes necessary to maintain economic stability and social resilience. And for Norway, this dilemma is familiar. Our oil and gas sector has provided resources that built our welfare state. Today, it also contributes significantly to financing both the green transition and the strengthening of our defense capabilities. Managing this transition responsibly while maintaining energy security for Europe is one of the central policy challenges we face. And of course, for us, in the geopolitical environment we live in right now, European cooperation is more important than ever. The German Chancellor Friedrich Merz visited Norway just a few days ago, and the agenda for those meetings illustrated how closely energy and security are linked for European policy. Germany and Norway are strengthening cooperation both on defense and energy security. And this cooperation reflects a broader lesson from the past years. Energy security cannot be achieved by any country alone. It depends on trust, stable partnerships, and integrated infrastructure across borders. But as we move towards a low-carbon energy system, new vulnerabilities are also emerging. The new energy systems are becoming more digital and more interconnected. This increases efficiency, but it also increases exposure to cyber threats and hybrid attacks. We have seen sabotage of energy infrastructure in Europe in recent years, and these incidents remind us that pipelines, cables, and offshore installations are not only economic assets, they are also strategic assets. And for Norway, this is particularly relevant. Large part of Europe's energy supply originates from installations of the Norwegian continental shelf and are transported through 9,000 kilometers of pipelines and cables across the North Sea. So protecting the underwater pipelines and cables is therefore a national responsibility and a part of our defense planning, but also a contribution to European security. The interconnection between security and climate is also very relevant in the Arctic. Climate change is transforming the high north. Temperature is rising and at a much higher speed than in the rest of the world. The sea ice is retreating, activity is increasing, and the region is gaining greater geopolitical attention. And at the same time, the High North remains Norway's most important strategic region, and our policy remains clear. The Arctic should remain a region characterized by low tension, cooperation, and respect for international law. And achieving that requires awareness of the changing strategic landscapes and continued investments in security and presence. What we are witnessing today is a global energy transition taking place under conditions of geopolitical uncertainty. Conflicts from the Ukraine to the Middle East affect energy markets, investment decisions, and supply chains. But they also reinforce the strategic importance of building a more resilient and diversified energy system. So for policymakers, the task is not to choose between security and climate goals. The task is to manage the transition in a way that strengthens both. And this requires resilient energy systems, diversified supply chains, strong alliances, and a long-term commitment to the transition. So let me conclude with this. The conflicts we see today reminds us that energy can be used as a tool of pressure and power, and it also reminds us that dependency creates vulnerability. The green transition, if managed well, can reduce those vulnerabilities, but it will only succeed if it's built on security, cooperation, and resilience. So for Norway, the path forward is clear: to remain a reliable energy partner for Europe, a strong NATO ally, and a committed contributor to the global climate transition. The world we see today, security and climate change policy are not competing agendas. They are two sides of the same challenge. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much to the State Secretary Marte Gerhardsen for setting out the landscape so well and also describing these paradoxes that we're standing amidst. And the State Secretary, she's going to be back for the panel discussion later, and one of the panelists ready to discuss with her is Mr. Haitze. He is Senior Advisor at the Directorate General for Energy at the European Commission, where he coordinates relations with, amongst others, Norway as part of the European Economic Area. DG Energy develops and supports the implementation of the Commission's policies on energy, naturally enough, such as investing in clean energy, making energy affordable for all, and ensuring access to secure and diversified energy supplies. And just 1 week ago, the EU Commission presented its first initiatives to accelerate investment in clean energy solutions, increase resilience, and reduce energy prices. So the question is, are these initiatives powerful enough to boost Europe's competitiveness in the energy sector and to continue the continent's decarbonization efforts at the same time? Now, despite busy days and turbulent times, Mr. Siemers has taken the trip from Brussels to be with us here today, which we truly appreciate. It's therefore with great pleasure that we welcome Haitze Siemers to the podium. The floor is all yours.
Good morning, and very happy to be here in Trondheim. First time here, a very nice place to visit, and just flying in here, you can see how important nature is for us as human beings. When you live in Brussels, it's not the same thing at all. Huh? You live in the city, and it's I spare you the details. Anyways, to kick off, Madam State Secretary, dear participants, also those online, I'm very happy to have been invited here to speak about this really complicated topic of energy transition and energy security. We had a nice concert last night, which was on an organ, as you may know, in the cathedral here in Trondheim, where two of my favorite musicians were on scene. So I couldn't fail to mention that, both Bech and Leonard Cohen. Reminder, I think, really how important it is to also take a step back from the constant crisis management that we live in, and to see what is the bigger perspective. What is it that we're actually working on? Where do we want to go as human society and as human economy and as people living on this planet? So, it was a very welcome moment to kind of take a breath. Energy security and energy transition. Security, but whether it's economic or energy, whatever it is, cannot be imagined without energy. That's the first point. I think that's important for us to keep in mind. Energy security is inextricably linked to the energy transition. Also, a very important point, I think, for us to keep in mind, and we all, in a way, know this. Energy determines how secure we are. Without energy, our economy stops, our capability to defend ourselves stops, our life as we know it stops. The events in the Middle East today remind us, even though here in Europe things are still sort of under control, but not elsewhere in the world, as you will have seen in the news, of the very painful experience in 2022. But the situation, I think, is also a little bit different today from our first experiences in terms of oil shock. And I'm not only talking about 2022. Think about the oil shock in the 1970s. Contrary to what happened then, when, like a junkie, we went straight back to the injection of the drug, nowadays we are really in a completely different phase of where we work energy system-wise. And this is because one of the things that we've very much come to realize is that energy security means not getting into energy dependencies and dealing with energy dependencies, which is one of the reasons why we launched Repower EU, which both kicked off a next phase in energy transition in Europe, as you're aware, but also which now has set the very clear objective of getting completely rid of Russian gas by 2028. And as a consequence as well, we are now in a far better situation than we were in 2022, when, as you mentioned indeed, the reliable energy supplier that Norway is came to our rescue and is now indeed supplying 30% of our natural gas, and thank God for that. We are in a far better situation. And so my first point really is that energy security means managing dependencies. A second aspect of energy security, though, is about reducing dependencies and in particular increasing competitiveness. And this means moving to an energy system that is independent from external sources, which is really what we are also looking at in terms of energy transition in the European Union. To developing homegrown energy, which reduces the capacity or the risk of disruptions, and also strengthens the competitiveness of the European economy, under the assumption that renewables and a transitioned energy system reduces energy costs. And energy costs, of course, is one of the big things that affects competitiveness of the European economy today. So this means really renewables deployment, strengthening grid capacity, strengthening grid integration, and it means really decarbonizing the industry, but giving them the means to do so competitively. A third part of energy security, of course, links it with economic security. The two are two sides of the same coin, as you mentioned as well. Our supply chains, critical raw materials, are essential for the economy itself, for the modern economy that we are working on, that we are building. But they're also essential for what underpins the economy in terms of energy system, for wind turbines, solar panels, batteries, hydrogen technologies, grid technology. So this is again why the link between the various initiatives that we're taking, Repower to start with, to the Clean Industrial Deal, linked to the Net Zero Industrial Act and the Industrial Accelerator Act are so important. All of them parts of the puzzle trying to make a decarbonized and modern industrial system work and reduce the dependencies not only on energy, but also in terms of supply chains and the raw materials that we need. Then the next aspect is security of energy itself. You mentioned it, infrastructure security, whether it's pipelines, substations, grids, and undersea cables is essential. And you can see here the connection to physical security, which really means defense. Infrastructure protection and cybersecurity are crucial to ensure that our energy system is safe as well as secure. Which brings me to my fifth point. I think at least it's a fifth point. Defense, military and armed forces need energy, lots of energy, including in particular liquid fuels. We therefore have ongoing and strengthened cooperation with NATO to find the best possible approaches to bring energy security to NATO assets. And we are putting together plans and necessary instruments to ensure that the energy supply is stable, not just from a perspective of just pumping more oil into the system, but for example, to working through sustainable aviation fuels and sustainable marine fuels. And there is the more complex part of the energy transition, of course, as well. We know that we are decarbonizing. But we also know that 60% of our energy supply in Europe overall still comes from fossil fuels. And the diversification that we are working on therefore in terms of sourcing those fossil fuels remains a very important part of how we work on the security of our energy system. And it also leads to, particularly in situations as today, where people who don't look further than 5 meters ahead say that, but actually what this means is we can't really do the transition because it's too complicated and it's too difficult. I call this, the fossil empire strikes back. But at the end of the day, we really know that there is no other way forward than doing the energy transition. Anything that you see in terms of how the energy transition is working globally shows that it is a train that literally has left the station. The pressure to reduce the so-called cost of transition through simplification or putting under pressure the instruments that we put in place to help industry decarbonize, such as the ETS or the methane regulation, et cetera, is there. But it's something which we all know that if we think very carefully, we need to manage in a direction where these instruments can continue playing their role and can continue supporting the transition as we want it. We have continuously strengthened the part of component of renewables, for example, in the electricity system in Europe. It's now down, the part of fossil fuel is now down to 36%. We get, in the context of these calls for simplification or some instruments that are creating costs for operators, we get a lot of calls from those who have invested in the transition, who tell us actually what we would like is for you to maintain the ETS and the methane regulation as they are, because we have already invested into compliance and we certainly don't want to see that go to waste. We also see that the transition is happening not just in Europe, it's happening elsewhere. If you look what's happening in G20 countries, in developing countries, micro solar grids in parts of Africa, just energy transition partnerships that we've concluded in the global context with countries in Asia and in Africa, the work that is being done on clean transition investment partnerships. Some countries, as you know, completely stopping the imports of electric vehicles, of internal combustion engine vehicles in favor of electric vehicles. So the transition is happening as we speak, and the argument I would make, and which I think we can all share here, is that what's happening currently in the Middle East only reinforces the argument. A couple of caveats still. We have the technological edge now in terms of developing the technologies in the European context, but for how much longer is that the case? Because we know that there is a lot of clean energy being developed in a very, very large country in Asia somewhere. So this is something that is really part of how we are looking at the energy transition route. Now, this is part of why we're looking so carefully as to how do we support our industry's capacity to transition through things like the Industrial Accelerator Act. In any case, whichever it is, my adage usually is in these contexts, we will live in a clean tech world, and we will have those who have energy, who have access to cheap energy, plentiful energy, and they are not the ones who are talking about energy abundance in certain other places. So take your pick. Do we want to swallow the red pill or the blue pill? Our economic security, at the end of the day, depends on our energy security. Our energy security depends on the energy transition. Our climate change management needs the energy transition. So if we think about it, we know what direction we need to go. The question is not really all that open. We are going through crisis, but we know where we need to go, and if we keep at it, we will manage it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much for that European perspective, Mr. Siemers. And I would say for pretty good advice, take a break and breathe. That's good advice. And you are going to be back on stage in a short while. But before that, I would like to hand the moderator baton on to not only one, but two highly competent and experienced individuals. They've worked with energy in different forms for nearly 50 years combined. She, a lawyer, he, a professor of operations research. While he has led research centers for environmentally friendly energy for nearly 20 years, she has held leading positions in different energy companies since the 1990s. Now, Alexandra Bech-Gjørv, CEO of the research institute SINTEF, and Asgeir Tomasgard, still director of NTNU Energy and director of the board of the NTNU Energy Transition Initiative, are ready to take over as moderators for the rest of this session. And just for the sake of transparency, Alexandra is also chairing the board of Statkraft, the power producer, but is participating here today primarily in her SINTEF role. So with that, please take it away, Alexandra Bech-Gjørv and Asgeir Tomasgard.
So thank you, and we'll try to guide you through this interesting discussion that we can already see the contours of from the introductions that we had. I think we'll try to set the stage a little bit with a few comments.
And, you know, being from SINTEF, I always say NTNU first.
Thank you. Yeah, so I think we already could see from the introductions that today's energy systems are shaped simultaneously by a lot of political dimensions, the geopolitics, you could almost say, economic rivalry that we see appearing in the world. It's the increased focus on security being made very clear by the Ukraine war and the war in Iran. And of course, as urgent as ever, we need climate policy that is strong and that works. And while conflicts and trade tensions and technological competition exposes vulnerabilities in global value chains, it's related to materials, it's related to spare parts, and I think this is serious enough, but we also have the worry that investment flows will start moving in the direction of security and affordability alone. So what we want to challenge today is if it is possible to deal with all the three elements of the trilemma. I have three topics that I made a note of before the conference. One of them is the convergence of policy domains. I think that was illustrated very well by the two introductions that we have. Energy, industry, defense, digital infrastructures, and the policies that goes with those. In some ways, you could say that security, if dealt with in the worst way, could be a constraint to succeeding with energy transition. If you manage to do it correctly, it could be an accelerator to the energy transition. And this is what we want to discuss with the panel later today. I think the EU's preparedness union reflects a shared recognition about some of these elements, and that resilience must be embedded into the energy systems. A new global environment. I mentioned economic rivalry. And if you look at the financial volatility that follows the economic rivalry and the downright conflicts that we observed, this for sure will affect investments in energy. Just as we speak, the interest rates are going up. That means it's getting more difficult to invest in renewables. It's getting more difficult to invest in the low-emission solutions that we would need to succeed. And across many regions also there is clear trends that national focus goes first and national competitiveness is prioritized first. Of course, I mentioned in my previous introduction that for Norway as an open economy, we depend on global trade, and many other countries have it like that. So let's see how this is going to spell out. And then the role of renewables and low-emission pathways. So I think from my perspective, it's safe to say that the increased focus on renewables that we had in Europe over the last decade, and even increasingly so after the Ukraine war, has made us more robust in terms of managing energy security when global value chains are hampered. At the same time, it would be difficult to manage without the Norwegian natural gas going into the systems and the LNG imports. So how do we look at this in the future? I think, for me, there are two questions that are fundamental. It's industrial structure, European industry. Is European industry going to be kept up and local production going to be as important 20 years from now as it is today? That's the first question. The second question would be, is Europe going to stand by its very ambitious climate policy at the same time? If the answer to both of those questions is yes, then you would need to manage two central technologies, and that is the hydrogen, going into feedstocks, going into high-temperature heat, going into decarbonization of industry, and it's the carbon capture and storage, capturing process emissions and exhaust in those value chains. So for me, these are very central questions and very difficult questions.
No, absolutely. And SINTEF is working with applied research, working with clients in everything we do, including the sponsors of this conference. Thank you for bringing us all together. I think this is really, really important. We try to achieve good societal solutions while increasing competitiveness. And we work with the whole society in a way. And what we see is all clients are really keen on capturing the value of deep tech and competitiveness. They are increasingly concerned about security and spending a lot of time on that. And then also, in many areas, still holding on to sustainability, but it's becoming harder and harder. And the public-private co-funding is, of course, really important in this. So I really look forward to the panel. And I think with so much insecurity, it's worth also taking a little step back. You made us sound very old, Ruth, Astrid, and it's true. It's true. I remember in 2004, I was head of human resources in Norsk Hydro, then Norway's second largest oil and gas producer. I told one of my colleagues, key colleagues, I'd just been talking to students in Stavanger saying, you should work for the oil industry in 2004. And my colleague said, are you crazy? There will be no jobs in oil. That was based on leading thinking. In 2005, I headed up renewables or new energy in Norsk Hydro, and I said, as a material company, I really think we should go into solar. And Ernst & Young and all the experts said, are you crazy? Solar is the Gucci renewable, only good to make you look good. The same with the car, electric car, ridiculous. And in 2025, in Statkraft, we didn't have as good trading results as before. And why was that? It's because it's not the fundamentals, it's the geopolitical whims that decide the market. So looking into the crystal ball is very, very complicated and very exciting. So I think we look forward to having the two panelists or the two speakers up on the stage, and also two ladies who are used to put their money where their mouth is. So let me welcome up on stage Irene Rummelhoff, Executive Vice President, Marketing, Midstream and Process from Equinor, and Ragnhild Janbu Flesvig, CEO of Eviny, together with our first speakers. Let's take a seat. Well, just any seat is good. So we've had two inspiring talks from the two of you. Thank you very much. And then we have invited Ragnhild and Irene to share some comments on the balance, security, and climate and sustainability, but maybe also with what's going on in the world. A few words about what you see right now. Do you want to start?
Yes, thank you very much. I would like to start on a positive note. Recognizing that renewables have never been cheaper, it's never been more accessible, it's never been more scalable. It cannot be weaponized, it cannot be blockaded, and that's why accelerating renewables is EU's primary security strategy. And although sort of the debate in Norway is about the lack of installed new capacity, we have to reckon that the speed of the transition in EU is already happening at record speed. And 2025 was a record year of installed new capacity in Europe, 90 gigawatts of primarily solar and wind, also compromised by batteries. There was the first year where electricity generated from renewables exceeded electricity related from fossils. And the ratio of investments in renewables versus fossils in EU was 35-1. So it's already happening at record speed. And the learnings and the proofs that we've seen in difference from 2022 in the invasion of Ukraine towards now is that EU is already recognizing that homegrown, renewable, secure energy is crucial for security of Europe. And it's also crucial for affordability. And two stats recognizing that. In 2020, 70% of hours were priced in Europe from gas. In last year, 40% of those hours were priced by gas. So it's already also increasing energy.
What were the other hours priced by?
Renewables at a lower cost. And looking at Spain, running ahead, 15% of the hours year to date are priced by gas. So Europe is already moving fast. And then we have to ask ourselves, as a strong ally of Europe, what role should Norway play in this? And when EU strategy is clear, I believe that Norway's also strategy should be clear, playing to our strengths, which is having Europe's best capacity of renewable energy in wind and in flexible hydro, and also sort of being a stronger ally for Europe in actually using those strengths and capacities. So I think sort of my message is clear. It's never been cheaper, it's never been more accessible, it's never been more scalable, and it's never been more important for Europe to speed up the way we're already moving, and Norway has to be a strong ally in that strategy.
Right. You know, having this international panel, I realize I forgot to introduce you properly. Evening is one of the largest power companies in Norway, and Ragnhild is the CEO, and also a board member of our sovereign wealth fund. So someone who has a lot of power in Norway as well.
Also investing in renewables.
Also, well, yes. Equinor, I think most people know from before, Irene, so we look forward to hearing your little pitch.
Okay, a little disclaimer. I spent the last 12 years trying to drive Equinor through the energy transition, and I might not be as optimistic as, as Ragnhild. But as the largest supplier of energy to Europe, we have a front row seat to what's happening in the energy systems and the energy transaction, and I thought I'd share some of those perspectives right now. For years, I guess we've discussed the energy trilemma on the basis of having to balance between security of supply, affordability, and sustainability. That assumption of the balance, I would argue today, has broken, and there's no clear ranking order between the three themes. And I think, you know, Mr. Siemers, you pointed it out that if we don't have security of supply or we don't have access to energy, the world basically stops. The wheels stops rolling, and maybe today I should use the example of the wings stop flying. And you might have noticed what's happening right now. Jet fuel is extremely scarce due to Ukraine bombing Russian refineries and, of course, the crisis in the Middle East. SAS cancelled thousands or hundreds of flights, and we're all nervous about whether we can come back. And we're seeing similar rationing of energy throughout the world. India, restaurants are basically closing or narrowing in their menus to what doesn't rely or need a lot of energy. Our tankers delivering products to South Korea and Japan are not allowed to refuel because they're saving the fuel for domestic purposes. So we're in a very, very difficult situation. And I think if we have security disruptions, that drives prices, and affordability basically breaks down. We saw, even before the Middle Eastern crisis, that the European industries and the European industrial backbone is at risk. We witnessed 20% of shut-ins of industries in Europe since the energy crisis, despite European authorities putting in something like 3 or 4 times the Norwegian state budget in energy subsidies. And when you're fighting for survival, it's not the time to decarbonize. And I attended the Antwerpen summit about a month ago, where the CEOs of the largest industrial companies in Europe gathered together with Merz, Macron, Ursula von der Leyen, and I must say I was shocked. I was shocked. Even though we sell gas to most of them, we have a close relationship. But the outcry against the EU ETS system was massive. Every single one talked about it. And this is the most successful, I would say, climate initiative or mitigator we've ever seen. And it's been a backbone, I guess, of the European energy climate transition for more than 20 years. And every single company brought that up. We need to lower the prices, or we need to get rid of the EU ETS system. And since then, you've seen countries like Italy basically saying that we need to abandon it. So I think what we experience is that security of supply is a prerequisite for affordability, and affordability is a prerequisite for decarbonization. And I think in current times we cannot overestimate. I think the value of reliable Norwegian oil and gas. And in Equinor, we have thousands of people every day being very proud of safeguarding production and securing the critical infrastructure that brings that energy to Europe.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Quite different opinions. Do you want to make an initial comment?
I think for me it's very interesting, and I would like to hear the comments from the panel as well. I think what we focus on in the short term now is very important. We need to deal with this emerging and ongoing crisis. But I wonder, how can we at the same time being able to look at those synergies? Because security is not a short-term problem, it's a long-term problem, and so is the energy transition. And the danger is that we, in a hurry, lock us into solutions that will be very expensive in the long run. And for me, I work with the integrated energy system, so I clearly see that we need the integration of different energy vectors, including low-emission solutions based on natural gas and renewables. But how are we able in this short term to make the right decisions that will last and be good when we look back at them 5 years ahead?
I think we should ask Haitze to give us some comments on this, but since my mother wrote a book on good behavior, can we have the time up? Because we don't know how much time we have, and we have to end on time. That's one of the critical things of running a good conference. Thank you. Any responses?
Oof. You mentioned a crystal ball, right? Gazing deeply into it. It's an incredibly difficult situation, and what I would do is I would argue your comments a little bit in the sense that I think the issue for the moment is that we need to avoid knee-jerk reactions. It's clear that when you have a massive supply disruption, and we yet have to see how massive this really is for Europe generally, that the first reaction is, well, yeah, but then, we have to bring the costs down elsewhere, and the first kind of target is then costs that are related to the transition or whatever it is. It's a very risky way to handle things, to just have knee-jerk reactions. So for the moment, I think at our end, we are in discussions. I mean, that's the only thing I can say, really. I mean, I'm not going to start saying, well, we're doing this, we're doing that, et cetera, et cetera. We're in discussions, obviously, with industry, with member states, with regard to their comments and reactions that they have with regard to what can we do to ease the burden on industry, on supply chains, and so forth and so on. And we're trying to do exactly that. There's a French expression, ménager le chou et la chèvre, which is basically take care of the cabbage and the goat, so that the cabbage doesn't get eaten and the goat doesn't starve to death. That's basically what it is. That's really the pathway that we are on for the moment. There is a positive aspect to this as well, that we both have in terms of what we've put on the table recently and what we have in the pipeline, all the instruments that will help us navigate even situations like this. And as I said in my presentation, we are in a very different situation than we were in 2022. In 2022, it was really panic, because we lost 40% of our gas supply basically overnight. The situation is quite different now in terms of overall energy security. There are some areas that are a little bit more stressed than others, as you know, jet fuel, gasoline, and so forth and so on, diesel. But overall, we're in a very different situation than we were in 2022, which is also a sign for optimism, because it shows that the approach we followed since 2022 is actually working and is successful. So that is the kind of mindset that I would like people to have, to not sit there with this reaction like, whoa, no, catastrophe, we have to throw everything overboard. No, that's not the way to approach this kind of a crisis. You use it as a means to see how can we actually really move forward with the objectives that we've set ourselves, which are, of course, the targets that we have for 2030 and 2040.
Marte, Gerhardsen, you said that the agendas were not competing, but how do you feel now?
Yeah, I think, of course, I agree with you that it's important at this time that Norway is a stable and reliable supplier, and we plan to continue to do that. But at the same time, I do not agree with you. I think at this time, we really need to look at decarbonization because we see that the supply is scarce, it's vulnerable, we need to diversify. And the more renewable, homemade energy we have, the more resilient we all are. And I also want to say that for us working in the armed forces, climate change is not something abstract happening in the future, it's happening now. And as you know, there has been a large exercise up north the last 2 weeks called Cold Response. And we see that it's very difficult to organize exercise right now because the ground is not frozen. So we have to plan the exercise completely differently. And the problem is not the cold, it's the rain coming. And so it's actually very much impacting how we operate. So we attack or address climate change in 3 ways. The first, to simplify it a bit, the first one is, of course, to see how can we reduce our emissions. Because the immediate threat for Norway is Russia, but the real threat, the existential threat is climate change. So we really want to be a part of the solution. So we have to see how do we use, what kind of fuel do we use? We use more simulators so that we have to fly less. We are also looking into technology. How can we do the task with less resources? So that's one part. And the other part is, of course, how to adapt. How do we plan exercises now in the time of climate change? And how do we build the infrastructure? How do we build the buildings? We have to adjust and to do things differently. And the third part is, the most difficult one is climate change is changing our strategic and the geopolitical landscape, especially up north. When the ice is receding, temperature is rising, China is more active, our allies are more active. The military activity of our allies has doubled the last 4 years. So it's happening a lot up north. Even Italy has made its own Arctic strategy. So so it's very hot in the north in many ways. So on that we have to have more frigates, more submarines, so that they can be up there and control it and make sure that we have good situational awareness. So this is not something theoretical or abstract. It's so much influencing the way we plan, the way we work, and the way we develop our armed forces.
Great. Grande?
Yeah, I think adding on that, and where I know Irene and myself agree, is when Norway's importance of reliant energy supplier for Europe has increased. We need also to recognize the vulnerabilities, also between our kind of companies. We are providing via grids power for gas facilities in Norway, providing millions of Europeans of energy. And what we're seeing now is a clear warning with increased drone activity, more complex cyber attacks, unwanted attention across critical facilities. This is why we are calling for clearer and more stricter national requirements with stronger physical protection, also by air protection, and also increased repair capacity. Because we have to reckon also in the exercises by the defense that without power, we cannot protect our country, and we cannot be a reliant provider of energy for Europe. So that's at least one thing we do agree on, and it's increased the importance of stepping up the game because of Norway's importance for Europe at the moment.
Irene, I want to get back to your kind of provocative argument that there is no trilemma, there's a clear rank order. But at the same time, I still believe Equinor thinks that climate is a challenge. So maybe you can reflect a little bit on what should be the new, in your opinion, division of labor between public and private, and how should we fix this?
And just let me be very clear on this. What I refer to is what we see and experience. It's not necessarily Equinor's strategic belief, but this is what's happening in front of us. And as we speak, that was the point that I was trying to make. But first, before I get to you, I wanted to just build on your knee-jerk reaction, because I think this is extremely critical in the phase we talked about the EU ETS, but another one is the marginal pricing of power and getting rid of gas as the marginal pricing of power. what that does is that it lowers power prices short term, but it disincentivizes every new investment in energy production. So it's detrimental to the longer term, but it's, yeah, we call it tissebukse in Norge. And that's what it does. So we really need to avoid those kind of knee-jerk reactions because it's going to be detrimental. It's all about building new energy sources in Europe and making sure that energy is accessible whenever we need it. So you asked me basically, what do we need to do longer term? And I think one of the things that we have experienced is that we've tended to talk about individual technologies rather than energy systems. And one of the things we're experiencing in Europe these days is that there's been a massive and fantastic build-up of renewables, but when we haven't really matched that with this backup capacity, grid capacity, etc. So we need to think about the whole energy system. And what our power people are looking at today is not investing in new renewable because there's not incentives. There's negative prices in the power market every day, or at least up until the recent war. So what the system needs today is basically batteries and gas-fired power plants as backup. So we need to together sit down and think holistically around the energy systems in my mind.
Is the energy market dominated by negative prices?
I think over the last few years it's been dominated by the energy crisis that Europe is facing with the shortage of natural gas and basically natural gas and coal has been setting the price. In the long run, it's difficult to predict, but we don't see in our models that prices will be too low to invest.
The is that there's no incentives to invest in more renewable because of the negative prices and the cannibalization. So we need to, well, in quite a few markets.
I'll add something in though, which I think is quite important here. One is the price question is a really big one.
It is.
And it's a political one. It's not just about incentives to invest, it's a political problem. Because if you have constant high energy prices that affect consumers, never mind business and competitiveness, but that affect consumers, you have political consequences. This is something that you really have to keep in mind. And then there's a second element to this as well, which is to one of the central kind of anchors of the energy transition, which is electrification. And I completely agree with you that what we need is we need the whole system to work. And as you know, we are working on this through all the stuff that we're proposing, electricity market design, grids packages, new energy security strategy that's on its way, which will look particularly also at built-in resilience and resistance to attacks and so forth and so on. But in that context, I think a very important thing to remember, and this is where your incentive is, we are adding need for electricity for the moment. If you think about data centers, if you think about AI and so on, you know, there's this whole discussion about that some people who, let's say, have slightly less ambitious ideas about the energy transition than we do, which is, well, it's never about energy transition, it's about energy addition. But there is a truth to it in the sense that parts of the energy system absolutely need additional energy. But that's where the incentive is, because if you need electricity for your data centers, what are you going to do? Are you going to rely on something that is ultimately at risk because it depends on fossil? Or are you going to work towards a system that is supported by renewables, resilient energy systems with storage in building up your energy needs and energy capacity?
Yeah, I totally agree with the increased importance of protecting key market mechanisms in the EU ETS and also the marginal pricing for accelerating renewables. But again, I'm a bit more optimistic in terms of solving the flexibility issue, because batteries are the fastest growing technologies implemented in energy systems at the moment, at scale, at lower costs. And for instance, looking at markets running a bit ahead of Europe, you can look at California, for instance, adding a lot of solar. The traditional duck curve has almost flattened due to batteries. So I think sort of this also can, and it is being solved at scale, at profitability. So I think sort of the negative prices, that's a price signal for more flexibility, and it's being added into the market, so it's solvable.
But I want to follow up a little bit on that. You mentioned on framework conditions, and market design is one of them, but there are many others. If you look at it, we pointed at some of the challenges. It's the vulnerability in international value chains. It's the need those challenges have in terms of the same skill sets and knowledge base that will be needed to solve the problems. So NTNU and SINTEF is on that job, of course. But then it's the long-term predictability of the political frameworks. Is it investable, those technologies that we talk about today? And are we sure that the EU ETS will be there? Are we sure the market design will be the same? And is it possible to invest in those long-term solutions that would benefit both the security and the transition?
I can share some of our own experience in this and how our mentality has changed. In the beginning of the energy world, in the earlier days of the energy transition, we were investing and focusing on the basis of countries' ambitions. We saw UK very clear ambitions of the rollout of offshore wind, for instance, and we felt confident that we could, invest in that because they were so clear on it. Then, second kind of rollout was that we were investing based on regulation. So if there were EU ETS taxes, there were blend-in mandates on renewable diesel, etc., we felt quite confident in investing in that. But what we have seen since then is that regulation can be changed overnight, and it's very risky. So today, we feel most confident, and most of our investments are going into transition technologies if we have a contract with the government. So we have
like Donald Trump.
That was with New York State, and they came to our rescue.
That's right.
The Empire Wind issue, at least for some. But these things are at risk, and we need to see clearer commitment. We have succeeded with CCS in 3 regions. It's in 2 regions. It's Norway, it's in the UK. Both of them have been backed by long-term contracts by government. We would not have done that, at least not today, on the back of the EU ETS system. And we were one of the companies that actually raised the concern that you pointed out, Siemers, that we have invested on the basis of this. So are we going to be penalized? There's been a clear development. We need stronger commitment from governments to be able to put money behind these investments.
I see that you would like to say something, State Secretary, but I would also like to give you a little challenge, because all these things are interconnected, and yet, at least in our country, politics is sectorized. So when your minister says that we will invest much more in defense and defense R&D, he expects his colleague in the different departments to just prioritize defense and cut other things. So that means if you prioritize defense, you cut energy research. In research, we are researchers. And we also see that Norway wants to accelerate offshore wind and gives massive subsidies to individual projects with individual companies. And in order to finance that, you cut energy research. So, a challenge is there enough cross-sectoral debate about how we manage the long and short term? Because if there's a clear rank order, where even Equinor says we need to invest on fundamentals, and ETS is the only straw of hope, what is the role of the public and private in terms of making sure that when we come out of this craziness, renewables and the deep decarbonization technologies will be cheaper than today? Where I think the trust and the collaboration in research is actually part of building the future. So this is a very biased question for you. That's why you were invited to the technology capital of Norway.
And this is obviously a dilemma. We have, as you say, a very sectorized politics. What the government has tried this time, which is a bit new, is that instead of making a government platform with thousands of different tasks to do, we have decided on 5 areas where we really need to address together as a government, and security, resilience is one of those, both for national security but also for defense, is one of the 5 areas. And we are trying to improve in terms of cooperating across sectors. And when it comes to research, we have actually very good experience in Norway with very good cooperation between industry, FFE, the military's research institute, and the defense, the armed forces. And they have developed quite a lot of very high-end, very capable products. But now we are trying to open up and to include other parts of the research society, such as SINTEF and others, because we believe that in order to keep up and to be competitive and to be able to fight the war of tomorrow, we need to also tap into the knowledge and experience and innovation in the civil sector. So we are, and also I also feel that now that we are investing so much money, we are going to spend 1,733 billion Norwegian crowns the next 10 years. And we really need some of those investments also to spill over to the other parts of society in terms of new innovations, more productivity, what we call dual use. So to have more integration between both research, production, between the civil and the military sector is extremely important. And we try to facilitate that with different mechanisms. But of course, I think as Irene Rummelhoff also said, the most important is maybe that the government has a very clear, that we said this is where we're going, and then the actors can find their role and their part in it. And I hope by having a unanimous parliament, actually agreed, we're going to spend this money, we're going to do this, what we call in Norway, Forsvarsløftet, the defense pledge, together, that creates certainty and predictability also for market actors.
That's good. You know, I was thinking maybe you make the last sort of sum up, and then I have one question that I think is really cool. Because the, you know, today everybody talks about AI, and when we listen to the military intelligence, they say we all live in different AI universes. So I experienced this morning. Because I was preparing for this debate, we talked about the ETS being highly debated, but now we also have the question of these bottleneck income and the grid investments, where, you know, the EU has proposed that Norway should contribute to building grid in Poland and other places. So I asked my co-pilot, what are the arguments carrying this debate? And I got all this, you know, the EU is completely stupid, you know, there's no reason why, and, you know, my co-pilot told me a very, you know, nationalistic perspective on this hot topic. So I thought my final question for you, since this is such a debated...
Alexandra?
No, the question is, you know, how does the EU look at these investments in grid and the, you know, division of burden on who should invest where? I asked my co-pilot afterwards, and he gave me a completely different answer. Do you want to share the EU's view on?
I think this, for me, investing in grids is something that is a Team Europe effort. It's something that needs to be done by operators. It's something which governments need to support to some extent. It's something for which we're trying to put in place European money as well. So it's a collective effort, but it absolutely needs to be done. I mean, we've already been around this, so I don't need to repeat all the arguments. But without having a grid that works, that is integrated, you won't have the capacity to support the energy transition from renewables to begin with already, and all the additional electricity capacity we need. But you will also not be able to avoid situations like in Spain and Portugal last year, for example. So that I think is in very short my answer.
My co-pilot can help you a little bit.
Yeah,
he said that.
I'm looking forward to that exchange, particularly about the EU's mental capabilities.
No, it was very, very, very interesting, because then when I asked again, I said there must be some really good arguments from the EU why this is the case as well. It said, well, the argument would be that these are income generated by the system and not by each individual nation, and the fact that we have an integrated energy market then suggests that also making sure that integrated energy market works is a joint effort. So it's a Team Europe effort. Yeah. So it was just so interesting how AI makes you look at the world so differently. So I think from now we've finished grilling our team members. Yeah. So what do you think?
I think it was very interesting. I think one area that I think will be crucial is what goes on to legitimacy and credibility in the long term. And contracts was mentioned. I think we as the voters, we have a contract with government, and we trust government to solve all of these issues at the same time. And I read from what you are saying here, and then also industry needs a contract with government in respect that you have framework conditions that are credible and makes it investable in those technologies. So I think I'm optimistic after hearing you, but I think we still need to become a little bit more concrete. So we have a full day in front of us where we are going to discuss this.
And short and long term, Bach and Leonard Cohen at the same time, right? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much to a very interesting and thought-provoking panel discussion with highly skilled panelists and moderated by two great moderators. In a little less than half an hour, we are going to address and identify the numerous types of security threats that the energy system is exposed to, from seabed to space. And of course, we're going to discuss how to deal with these threats. And that session starts at 10:45 sharp. But before we go there, we need to make sure that all of you have the right energy level to deal with these issues. So in other words, it is time to re-energize with a short break with fruit, coffee and tea waiting for you in Glasgården, so the atrium. Please make sure to be back in your seats well before 10:45. There will be bells and people making sure that you manage, but now enjoy your break. See you later. Welcome back from the break. I hope you're all re-energized. Yes, everyone's talking, so that's a good pointer for having a good break. Now, people, for the next 90 minutes, security threats towards the energy system are on the agenda. Considering climate change, natural hazards such as floods, wildfires, and blackouts are increasingly challenging the energy system. At the same time, more intentional threats require our attention, like cyber attacks, embedded electronics, and hybrid operations. In this session, we are going to discuss these different security threats and how to tackle them. and you are all invited to participate in that discussion. So, to give everyone, either you're a physical or a digital participant, an equal opportunity to ask questions, we are going to use the digital tool Slido. On the screen, and your name tag for those who are physically present, there is a QR code that you can scan, or you can open a browser, write slido, slido.com, and you can enter the code ETC26. Quite logical. In the forum that you're entering, you can ask questions and promote the most relevant ones by clicking like. And I have two highly adept helpers reading through all the Slido activity and sending the most pressing and relevant input to me, and I'm going to try to convey as many questions as possible during the panel discussion towards the end of the session. Does that sound good? Yes, good, perfect. Let's start our round of presentations within the framework of energy security. Our first speaker is Dr. Emily Holland, the Eurasia Director at the Foreign Policy Research Institute, which is a non-partisan American think tank dedicated to foreign policy and national security research. Emily Holland, who is a political scientist, brings deep experience from NATO, the US Naval War College, and leading research institutions across Europe and the United States, all focused on how energy, security, and geopolitics intersect. She will open this session for us by zooming out to the big picture, the cross-border threats to our energy systems, in plural, and the vast infrastructure we rely on from seabed to space. So, with no further ado, please welcome Dr. Emily Holland.
Thanks so much, everyone. I'm really thrilled to be here. It's a beautiful place, my first ever trip to Trondheim, and it's just as lovely as everybody said it would be. So the first panel did a really, really excellent job at kind of outlining the complex nature of threats, of energy security, and of competing policy priorities. And I will speak a little bit today about the spectrum of threats to energy systems that I saw when I was working at the US Department of Defense for 7 years, and then later when I was the political advisor for critical undersea infrastructure at NATO Maritime Command. So you may remember in Vilnius in 2023, there was a mandate to NATO to protect critical infrastructure. And of course, this came about after Nord Stream. So I went over to Maritime Command, which is in London in 2023, and we helped get this new operational center off the ground. So I'll talk a little bit broadly about threats, and then I'll zoom in a little bit to energy infrastructure in particular, because that's something that's really at the top of everybody's minds these days. So, of course, energy systems today are targets of war. We see this today in Ukraine with systemic attacks on power generation and distribution, deliberate attacks to degrade civilian infrastructure and resilience. And this is not new. So there's a Russian tactic called SADSIT, which is Strategic Operation for the Destruction of Critical Infrastructure, which is a military doctrine that far preceded the war in Ukraine, focused on targeting power systems and energy infrastructure. And its goal was not just military, but its goal was to disrupt society and undermine political will. Now, we don't just see this in Ukraine. We also see this in very recent events in Iran. Right? In the Middle East, we see now legitimate targeting of civilian energy infrastructure as a military target. So beyond kinetic targeting, there are sort of several things that national security concerns that like the DoD and NATO focus on when it comes to energy security. So of course, there are disruptions to the global hydrocarbons markets. We see this today with the closure of the Strait of Hormuz and the disruptions to shipping, and of course, its effect on oil prices. Infrastructure production, which I'll talk about in a moment, and then secure but flexible supply chains. So the question of, is the energy transition trading one set of dependencies for another? There's also a huge focus on dual use synergies. So defense in particular is focused because of the rise in autonomous vehicles and drones on battery technology. So thinking through and doing R&D on increasing battery life with longer payload. So drones being able to go longer and carry more stuff. And what we see is there's sort of two prevailing approaches. There's the current United States approach to energy nationalism, which is really siloing away from any potential risks of Chinese dependence. And then there's the European approach, which views electrification as a means towards a strategic autonomy. But the two are not mutually exclusive, and they sort of both exist in both places. So what is critical infrastructure, and why is it so important? Well, it's huge, right? It goes from the seabed, and that's data cables to pipelines. Then there's offshore things like platforms and wind farms. On land, there are grids, refineries, ports, and then in space, there is satellites. So it's a huge spectrum of different connected webs of infrastructure. And the threats are actually just as diverse. So there's cyber, sabotage, kinetic targeting, which I talked about in the initial incident, accidents, earthquakes, and climate events. Now, why is it so difficult to protect? There's sort of 5 main structural challenges. The first is scale. Well, it's vast, it's dispersed, it's very hard to monitor, and it's not just owned by one company or state. The second is asymmetry. So I'm not sure if any of you remember, in 2023, there was a ship called the NTNU Polar Bear, which dragged its anchor several hundred nautical miles across the seabed, and it damaged and actually cut, in some places, the Baltic Connector natural gas pipeline on the Gulf of Finland. Now, they claimed this was an accident. There are currently criminal investigations into this. The captain of that ship just pleaded not guilty. But this really shows about the difficulty of attribution. So it is very, very hard to say that this was not an accident. Can we prove this wasn't an accident? It's almost impossible to do so. But it shows that malign actors can do very, very low-cost things that have high-impact disruptions. It's so difficult to attribute, and it's also very costly to repair. So how expensive is it to drag an anchor across a seabed floor? It's basically nothing. But to repair that, you have to respond very quickly, and that causes huge disruptions to society. There's also coordination challenges. So who has a remit in CI? Well, the military, the civilian space, and the private sector. Every different country has different organizations responsible for protecting critical infrastructure. So in one state, who might be responsible for reacting to a call? Well, it might be the Coast Guard in one state. In another state, it might be the federal police. It might be the Navy. That's different in every state, and that's just on the military response side. You also have departments of transport, departments of economics, all different sorts, legal departments, all different sorts of government departments responsible for responding to these sorts of events. And that doesn't even take into account the private sector. So how do you organize all of these different actors? And in fact, there's actually very limited integration of these different actors together, so responding to these challenges is super hard. Right now, there's actually a lot of new reporting schemes that have just come out, which are fantastic, right? There's North Seal, which is a Belgian government reporting scheme. There's the NATO CUI Center. There's UK's Department of Energy Security and Net Zero. All these different schemes where an operator can report a problem to a government body. But that also is potentially fragmenting. Who are they supposed to report to? There are also legal regime issues, so there are different legal regimes that govern subsea cables versus pipelines. Did you know that? I didn't before I started that job. There are also very different insurance issues. So now that energy infrastructure is becoming a target by states, are those insurance schemes that cover infrastructure, do they protect against war? Oftentimes not. So there's all these different legal challenges that come up. There's also a strategic versus operational challenge. So there's great awareness of the challenge, but there's weaker execution and practical coordination. And so the key challenge is not just defending assets or even deterring against malign action. It's about managing a really complex, interconnected system under pressure and time constraints. Because when these things go out, you have to act very quickly to try to repair them. And sometimes you're delayed by things such as weather. So there's huge challenges that oversee this. And I gotta wrap it up, but I'll just say really, really quickly, we've seen the threats and risks from a hydrocarbons-based system, and we're just sort of now trying to understand the risks and the vulnerabilities in a transition-based energy system. And it's very clear that the transition strengthens energy security, but only if resilience is built in from the start. And that's really the lesson that we're learning now, is building resilience into grids, building flexibility, all of these different things. And doing that can really make a much more resilient energy system moving forward. And I'll stop there. Thanks.
Thank you, Emily. That was really fast and rather complex.
I tried.
Yeah, I think you did a great job. So, but I was curious. Maybe we should save that for the panel discussion. You mentioned energy nationalism versus homegrown, which sounds so much better. Why is that take so different?
Well, I think from the US perspective, energy nationalism sort of views that it has these great factor endowments. The US government, Trump administration views that the US is blessed with, all of these natural resources, hydrocarbons, and it says that's a resource that we are going to use as an element of national power, right? And states or governments or regions that don't have those same assets, they have to think of it as something else. They have to build strategic autonomy through another way. And a very good way to do that is through electrification and through sort of homegrown renewable energies. Yeah.
Thank you for clarifying that. So you're going to be back for the panel discussion, and I think there are questions coming in already. So thank you so much, Emily Holland. See you later. Now, our next speaker wants us to reflect on how much our defense capacity and capabilities depend on a robust and resilient energy system, a timely reminder in this Norwegian Total Defense Year of 2026. Dr. Janet Martha Blatney is the Research Director of the Total Defense Division at the Norwegian Defense Research Establishment, in short FFI in Norwegian, where they perform research on topics within national defense, security, and resilience. And just like our previous speaker, Janet Blatney, who holds a PhD in biotechnology engineering, has extensive experience from NATO, currently as a special advisor for NATO's chief scientist in Brussels. Today, she's here in Trondheim, so please give Janet Blatney a warm welcome.
Thank you so much, and thank you so much for the invitation. It's a pleasure to be here. It's really an honor to be here. I want to talk a little bit about NATO first. NATO is operating under a very unpredictable and challenging strategic environment. And war is ongoing, and we are dealing with strategic competition, we're dealing with instability, and we are dealing with geopolitical shocks. And the lines between conventional and unconventional threats are even becoming more and more blurred every day. Now, the lessons learned from Ukraine have shown us a lot, or given us a lot of experience. And deliberate attacks within the energy sector has really shown how civilian infrastructure is targeted to undermine resilience, also have an impact on the critical infrastructures to the population, and it also has shown potential threats to the functioning of the state itself. China and Russia's collaboration has been deepening, both within the energy and within the Arctic. And China's strong position regarding electrical vehicles and battery manufacturing and renewable technologies have created even more dependencies. On top of that, we have climate change. That adds another layer of complexity, and which has an impact not only on the civilian side, but also on the defense sector, also on military bases, critical infrastructure, and energy supply stability. So, since 2014, NATO has had a lot of focus on increasing resilience, national resilience, and that was reinforced in NATO's 2022 strategic concept. Resilience is, this is by definition, the individual and collective capacity to prepare for, resist, respond to, and quickly recover from shocks and disruptions, and to ensure the continuity of the alliance's activities. Resilience is both a national responsibility and a collective commitment. It's rooted in Article 3 in the Washington Treaty. I'm sure you heard about Article 5, but Article 3 is just as important. It's about resilience. So what happened in 2016? The Allies agreed upon NATO's 7 baseline requirements. And these requirements are guidelines. And there are also evaluation criteria that the Allied nations could use to conduct their national resilience assessments and to align with NATO's defense and planning process. These requirements, they span across 3 core functions of civilian preparedness: continuity of government, essential services, and also civilian support to the military. And our white paper, our national white paper, the total preparedness paper from 2025, and our long-term planning within the Defense Pledge, which is a 12-year plan, has really focused more and more on civilian support to the defense, to the military operations. And the Norwegian armed forces are critically dependent on support from the society and on essential functions, such as energy. And that's why I would like to point out 2 baseline requirements. One is the one on energy supplies, resilient energy supplies, and the other one is on resilient civil communication systems, because energy and digital infrastructure are interlinked. So Norway, as an energy nation and a crucial supplier to Europe, which was stated in the previous discussion today, we have a unique role. But we have a geographic proximity to Russia. And we have a huge ambition regarding green energy transition. And this all introduces dependencies and vulnerabilities, and we have to understand our dilemma, or dilemmas in plural. So lessons learned from Ukraine have shown the importance of a whole of society and a whole of government approach dealing with resilience. But in Norway, this is a part of our total defense concept. And this concept is really about mutual support between the civilian society and the defense sector. And it's really about using all the resources we have in our nation to safeguard our national security. It's not only dealing in peacetime, but in crisis, conflict, and war. It's one of the 3 main pillars in the Norwegian defense effort, and that's why also FFI has a huge focus on strengthening total defense as a strategic research priority. And that leads me over to a few examples that I would like to provide to you. We have also been looking on the robustness dealing with power supplies. And in 2023, we had an analysis regarding malicious acts, on how malicious acts could interfere or have an impact on the Norwegian power supply. We use a scenario-based approach, and areas such as cybercrime, extremism, state actors, hybrid interference, non-state actors, and also the uncertainty of the security policy situation, as well as the green transition. What kind of impact would that have? The bottom line is that Norway must prepare for realistic worst-case scenarios. We did another study in 2024 and 2025, and that was assigned by the Norwegian Water Resources and Energy Directorate, NVE, and also Statnett, where we highlighted several recommendations in order to strengthen our power system, in order to strengthen our preparedness. So, different holistic approaches, procurement, proactive measures against airborne threats, more training and exercises as well. But this year, we delivered a new report to the Ministry of Trade and Fisheries on civilian and military needs for food and fuel, but in this context, more of interest fuel, and how the supply chains could be more secured. As mentioned, Norway is heavily dependent on diesel, on imported diesel. And in wartime, the gaps will become increasingly different regarding peacetime and regarding war. Military demands will increase, civilian demands will increase, and we have to talk more about the impact this has on the different critical sectors. We can rather discuss more during the plenary or during the panel session. But I'll give the bottom line. We have to prepare, and when we prepare within also energy resilience and security by, for instance, increasing our stockpiles, or having a more flexible domestic production. Transport infrastructure is clearly very important, and we have to look upon the dependencies between energy, transport, digital infrastructure, and workforce as well. But when we increase our preparedness in this area, we also increase our preparedness in NATO. We support the NATO 7 baseline requirements, and we also increase us as a reliable ally. So by that, thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Janet. Just one quick question, because you were pointing out the baselines for the NATO structure, and resilient energy supplies was one of them. Does the NATO have a position when it comes to the nature of the energy sources? Does it matter if it's fossil or renewables, for instance?
I think it's not either or in this case. It's both. And as mentioned, resilience is a national responsibility, and NATO is the nations. So every nation will be dealing with this differently, as mentioned by the previous speaker. So it's up to the nation. And this will also have geographical, let's say, needs as well, because the challenges in the different nations are different as well. So that is what we have to deal with. But NATO is the nations.
Good reminder.
Yes.
You're going to be back as well later, Janet, so thank you for now.
Thank you.
Let's dwell on electric power for a while. For Statnett, the transmission system operator in the Norwegian energy system, or the power system, security and preparedness are core elements in their strategic work. But how do they work concretely to ensure and maintain reliable power supply? We are going to turn to Jon Olav Tande for answers. He is Senior Vice President for Research and Development at Statnett, where he is responsible for the company's substantial research portfolio. Mr. Tande, he has extensive research experience, particularly from SINTEF, where he worked for nearly 30 years. Offshore wind and the integration of renewable energy into the power system operations were two of his focus areas there. Now he wants to share his thoughts on energy security and how he links that to sustainability. So please welcome Jon Olav Tande. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Last time I did a speech on this conference, it was about offshore wind. Today it's about resilience of the electric power system. It all depends on electricity. I think that's been highlighted by the previous speakers, but I just want to, it cannot be overstated. When you wake up in the morning, you take it for granted that you have electric light, your phone is charged, the refrigerator is cold, the house is warm. It all depends on electricity. And of course, we can manage a blackout or two. If it lasts for a few hours, then we have backup systems, there's no problem. But if electricity is gone for days or weeks or months, it's a huge impact on society. And then we are not a safe society anymore. We are not a resilient society anymore. So electricity is also safety. When I started in Statnett, which is the Norwegian transmission system operator, we established a new strategy. And the strategy has three elements, as you can see here. It's about increasing the utilization of the existing grid so that we can connect more loads without building new grids, that we can electrify the society and cut climate gases. And then it's about constructing more grid, more efficiently and faster. We need to do that again to accommodate for industrialization and electrification. And the third one is about enhancing resilience and preparedness in operation and development. And this was not only to deal with the natural causes that cause blackouts and disrupt the electricity, but anything up to war. So that's serious. At the same time, we say we will work sustainable, we will work always safe, and it shall be cost efficient. And then you may ask, okay, this strategy, I mean, you shall improve resilience and preparedness, and you shall increase the utilization of the grid, and you shall construct more grid, and you shall do it sustainable and cost efficient. Does this go together? Yes, it does. But there are also dilemmas. When we are able to utilize the grid more effectively, then we can more easily deal with a crisis where we lose some of the grid, because then we can still supply more electricity. When we construct more grid and we do that in the right way, we also increase the resilience and preparedness. The trick is really to find solutions and ways to do this that are sustainable and cost efficient, and that we work in a safe way. And I'll give you a few examples that are from our strategy on resilience and preparedness. First of all, I'd like to highlight that Norwegian electricity supply is a distributed system. It has a lot of distributed generation. And by origin, it was operated as a few islands, not interconnected. And it's possible to operate the system also as Iceland if the transmission system fails. So it is designed for safety, you can say. And by using more battery, energy storage, renewables, more distributed electricity, we improve these capabilities. We use digitalization and we use AI in a larger extent to operate the system more effectively. And of course, then cybersecurity is a big issue. But it's a threat, but it's also an opportunity. Using AI and digitalization means that we can handle alarms more effectively, that we can survey things more effectively. And we use also drones for surveillance. We have, I think, more than 10,000 kilometers of overhead lines. 10,000 kilometers of overhead lines. And we use drones to surveil for surveillance of these. Most importantly, we have people with real practice in operating in the toughest conditions. These are people that go out in storm and fix things when they break. If there is an avalanche and takes one of our overhead lines, it will be repaired. And of course, people is also very important as part of the total defense and the safety culture. They need to also the sort of office level safety culture. We need to take care of that. Finally, I would say at Statnett we have an overall responsibility to operate the power system, the Norwegian power system, to develop that. But we are not doing this alone. We are totally dependent on collaboration with the distribution companies, with the electricity producers, with the industry that supplies the goods and services we need. So it's about collaboration, and it's about collaboration inside Norway, but also as part of Europe and the international collaboration. So I welcome this conference and this way to sort of share opinions and move forward in this. Thank you.
Thank you, Jon Olav. Just a quick question. Your final slide, shared responsibility for a secure society. And you mentioned, the system operators and industry and so on. What about us, the citizens? Yeah. Don't we have a responsibility on how we're using this electricity?
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah. We can even be prosumers.
Yeah, you can. I mean, I didn't go too much into that, but of course, I had a picture of a battery system, one of these, and I said designed for safety. One of the things you could have was to say, okay, could we have small backup systems at home? Yeah. But it's a big discussion. If you go to a developing country with an unstable electricity system, all the rich people have diesel generators at their homes, so that they are sort of have electricity. But it's not really cost efficient. It's not really sustainable. No. So we should do it more clever. But we could have, for instance, solar panels on houses and battery systems combined with that, so that you get these micro-generation communities. And that could be a good idea.
And we could use the grid more flexibly, probably.
Yes,
Yeah.
absolutely.
Yeah. So that's just a start for the panel discussion that you will be joining later. So thank you so far, Jon Olav.
Thank you.
One thing is strengthening an energy system in peacetime, but how do you keep an energy system running during war? Ukraine has faced constant attacks on its energy infrastructure since Russia's occupation of Crimea in 2014 already. And these strikes have repeatedly disrupted industry, public services, and left millions of civilians without heat and electricity in midwinter. Julia Kovalev is Chief Corporate Affairs Officer at Emergy, a Norwegian-based developer of wind and solar power in Southeast Europe, including Ukraine. And she brings extensive experience from across the energy sector, from leading reforms at Naftogaz, serving as commissioner at the National Energy Regulator, to senior economic roles in the Ukrainian government. And she also represented Ukraine as ambassador to Canada from 2022 to 2024. Now, we are very pleased that she's here with us today to share how Ukraine's energy system is adapting under continuous attack. So please give Julia Kovalev a warm welcome.
Thank you. Good afternoon. It's my great pleasure and honor to be here today and with this important discussion about the security and energy security and resilience. And of course, what Ukraine has went through for already 12 years, as you rightly mentioned, since actually the war started by occupation of Crimea and parts of Ukraine territory in the east. We have a lot of lessons that we can share with you, especially since 2022 when Russia started the full-scale invasion. But before that, there is now, I think, a very narrow line between what is the actual warfare and attacks on the energy infrastructure and what was the hybrid wars related to the energy security, and we historically face it in Ukraine. I would like to remind you that for the last 20 years, Russia was using energy resources as a weapon to Ukraine. If you remember, there were several winters in a row starting from 2008, when in the midst of the winter, Russia was cutting the gas supply to the country and trying to get some political leverage and influence on Ukrainian governments. We went through it, and since 2014, the first major reform of pro-European Ukrainian government was to actually to refuse from Russian gas supply and to implement the European market of gas and to cut this dependency, which Russia has been using constantly as a power threat to Ukraine, to Ukrainians' economy, and trying to influence many of the politicians in Ukraine. But coming back to the situation for the last 4 years, with the start of the full-scale invasion, we vividly see that, unfortunately, but the world we live now, see that civil energy objects became the military targets. Started with the first days of the war and Russian occupation of Zaporizhzhia nuclear plant. I would like to remind you that this is the biggest nuclear plant in Europe, which is now for 4 years under the occupation. And we see regular reports, including, the alarms from EIE about the safety, security, and it's a matter not only for us, Ukrainians, it's a matter of safety and security for the whole Europe. Since the start of the war, Russia carried at least 64 major attacks, specifically targeting energy system of Ukraine. During these attacks, they used over 12,000 different types of the drones and around 3,000 of different types of the missiles, including ballistic missiles, which is much harder for the air defense system to intercept.
Just according to the recent World Bank assessment, the overall damage for specifically the energy infrastructure for Ukraine is exceeding 24 billion US dollars, and the needs for rebuilding reaching over 90 billion of dollars. But even despite all those challenges, and I'm here more to share with you what are our lessons learned on how to live through the constant attacks, through the significant damage of both the power generation, the transmission lines, the distribution lines, and the wide range of the critical infrastructure in a broader meaning. So what we are sharing today as the view living through this is the need to reduce the strategic dependence on the centralized generation. The Ukrainian energy system was built for the last 50 years with the big power plant concentrated on the specific areas. And when these big attacks are happening and the power plants have been damaged in the system, at one moment you have hundreds of megawatts out of the system. And both for the system operator, for major consumers, and the reliability of the country, it's very hard to quickly adapt if few blocks of the power stations are being in a minute out of the system. So the whole approach now, as we are repairing and providing the policies for more rebuilding of the energy infrastructure, is the focus on decentralized infrastructure, which means more reliable, closer to consumer, and from the standpoint of any military risk, if part of that infrastructure even can be damaged or destroyed, it will have no such a big immediate consequences for the whole power system of the country. Then there is a huge need to protect and expand flexible generation, because the primary targets of Russian attacks were those flexible generation, because it's impossible to be able to provide 24/7 electricity to the consumers if you don't have the power generation. That's why the major attacks from the very start of Russian full-scale invasion was the attacks on those flexible power. And today, as we speak, we still have shortages of power, especially in those peak morning and evening peaks of power consumption, because we lost the significant capacity of specifically the flexible generation. A very important thing that I think what was just presented before is the grid resilience. The grid resilience is another important thing that Ukraine learned. It happened that way that during the night, when Russian tanks crossed Ukrainian border, Ukrainian transmission system operator was just switching to the kind of integrating into the European system. But Russia expanded its attacks also on substations, both the transmission system substations and the substations of the DSO. So building the resilient system that will allow the system operator quickly switch from different types of the generation and move electricity throughout the country to all of the consumers is the reality that we can share with you. One other important thing, and I'll probably finish on that, is the equipment. Many of you who are working on the energy sector, in a peaceful time, there is quite an extensive lead time to get any significant and big equipment, including the transformers, including the cables. And imagine you are the country who are in the war, and you're trying to get this big transformer to replace the one was damaged, and you get the leading time of 36 months. So the need to expand this production, but also to have the stock of the equipment to be able to quickly repair, restore, is something that needs to be also in mind for especially the regulators, the governments, and the TSOs. And in parallel, the very practical thing what we saw is also the standardization, because you have many producers, you have many standards. even from country to country, and being able to standardize it, it will give all of us jointly in Europe more flexibility and more security when it comes to specific grid maintenance. And last, and I think the very important piece that is not always on the air, it's the preparedness of the personnel of all of the energy sector. We need to be able to train the people so they can quickly address those challenges that we all can face, whether it's the cyber attacks, whether it's the hybrid attacks, or the physical attacks that we have. Today, Ukrainian personnel of both the grid operators, the generation, are those who are able to make a miracle, to do what probably in the many European countries will take days, weeks, and months, just in several hours, to be able to provide the electricity. So we are, I think, sometimes underestimating how important is the investment into the people who daily work in the energy sector, because that is up to them and up to all of us to ensure security. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Julia. It's extremely interesting, and also we see the complexity and the huge challenges that you're facing in keeping this system running. And you have to prioritize. I mean, how are the priorities being done when repairs are to be done, when you have to put people in different places to do the work, etc., and to maintain that flexible power generation? How is that priority list looking?
The first thing that even in theory and even on some modeling of any of the power outrage, the countries need to have the list of the critical infrastructure. Yeah. What is the critical infrastructure? It's the running the government, telecom operators, railways, hospitals, and other important social infrastructure. These are the key elements that need to be kept with power as the priority. So of course the biggest focus is on how to keep them running, because as it was rightly said, you can have you can deal 3, 4, 5 hours without electricity, but imagine you don't have it for 16 hours, and out of the sudden you realize you don't have mobile connection, because even the mobile operators who in Ukraine already installed the small power banks to be able to continue to provide the signal for several hours, but when it's 16 hours without power, that does not work. So how the people will get the information these days? Not from the radio, not from the TV, it does not work if you don't have power. And if you don't have the internet, we are coming to one more thing. It's about the civilian resilience. Yeah. Because if you're in the crisis, the one thing you want to avoid is the panic. And the one thing you want to have is a channel to properly send the message to all of the people. So having in mind the step-by-step, like a list of critical infrastructure, which is the top priority to restore, this is something from where you start. Yeah. And of course, I think it's hugely important also to mention that without our partners, that wouldn't be possible to be where we are in spring, was much more power that Ukrainians are getting, and I think here Norway is one of the champions supporting Ukraine's resilience in the energy sector, which I genuinely want to thank you.
Thank you so much. You're coming back because there's so much more to discuss around the Ukrainian energy system. Now, let's zoom in for the final presentation of this session and look at detection technology. Continuously monitoring thousands of kilometers of pipelines, cables, and power grids is a challenge. And the question is, where do we currently stand in our ability to detect threats towards our energy infrastructure? Let's seek some answers from Dr. Martin Ludvigsen. He is professor and manager of the Applied Underwater Laboratory at the Department of Marine Technology at NTNU, where he is doing research on control, design, and operation of underwater vehicles and instrumentation. instrumentation that can be specifically tailored to monitor parts of the most vulnerable infrastructure. So, with that, please welcome Martin Ludvigsen to the podium.
Yes, thank you all for the invitation and for having me here to talk about threats. And I will focus underwater because that is my topic, and I will also show you why this is so important today. So I'll start with showing a map of critical seabed infrastructure on the seabed. This is in the North Sea. Cables, power lines, power lines providing electricity, pipelines providing oil and gas, and also cables for communications. My next slide, or my next point, is this points to the Nord Stream. Nord Stream was one of the largest pipeline systems in the world, and it was damaged in a simple way, to put it that. It was not a high budget effort, it was a low profile effort, few people, low cost, and this took out one of the sort of major European assets providing energy. We have also seen other less known efforts. There have been other threats in the Baltic. We have the Baltic Connector, we have S-Link 2. Norway has been sort of a little bit out of this. We have not had a lot of incidents. We have had two major. The cable connecting Svalbard with communication has been there's been an incident there that might be sabotage. There's also a research line in Lofoten Vesterålen that have been attacked, or something happened at least. But why I'm showing this? I show this because this is a threat that is ongoing. The National Security Authority, they claim that sabotage attempts and sabotage actions in Norway are now probable. They are likely. They will or will not happen, but it's not something that is slightly or unsecured. This is something that we should be prepared for. And also, just to add to the backdrop, for Norway, the subsea infrastructure for energy is primarily an economical or financial or industrial asset. For Europe, it's about making their society run. It's the energy and the communication that they need to make the society to work. So protecting this is important. And as a scientist, I have to add to this that this is a technology race because it is very difficult. I will show you why and how. And a core input to win this technology race is research. We need to be on our tiptoes, and we need to be prepared to sort of defend our assets also on the seabed. But what can we do, and why is it difficult? Why is it difficult? It is difficult because the ocean is impermeable. We can't see through it from the air or from the space. And why do we need to see that? Okay, we need to see who are there, who have been there, what did they do. This is important because we need to have or stop this deniability. If something happens, we should be able to prove who did it and why. But still, coming back to why it's so difficult, the sort of light and radar and these signals doesn't penetrate the ocean. We can only see the surface from space and from the air. To see more into the ocean, so we need to have the sensors there. We need to have vehicles that are closer. And this is expensive. Normally it requires ships, and ships are expensive, vehicles are expensive. And to move forward, we need to move to vehicles and systems that are unmanned, autonomous, and much more intelligent than we see today. So I like to say that we need to have persistent presence. We should ideally be everywhere all the time, also in the water column and in the ocean space, as we like to call it. We also need to be able to put all the data, all the information, the observations that we get, we need to put them together. At NTNU, we have a concept for persistent robotics, which is a layered structure for observation systems. So we have different observation layers because there's not a single solution that solves everything for us. In the air, we can see a lot from space. Satellites are super important. Underwater and in the marine environment, it's not so easy. So we need to have more layers. We need to look also from the air, of course. We need to look from the surface. we need to look underwater, both with mobile vehicles, with stationary vehicles, and with listening cables. These need to be combined. But coming back to vessels. Vessels are important, and it's a limitations to how many vehicles can we deploy, how can we roll this out, and how to get away from vessels for these underwater operations vehicles. We are looking into what we call subsea residency. We try to put vehicles out there that can be controlled from shore, that we sort of get rid of this dependency of the research-intensive and expensive vessels. This is also a challenging task. That's the reason why it hasn't been done before. That's what we're leading into. We require energy for the vehicles. We need the vehicles to be able to communicate back home to some kind of operation center, to the operators. The environment in itself is challenging. We're talking about North Sea, Barents Sea, the Arctic. And what does this require from our vehicles? It requires vehicles that are smart, that are autonomous, that are unmanned. It goes by the definition that to have a lot of vehicles, to have large capabilities, they need to be automatic, autonomous, and unmanned. And that brings me to the next question again. What do we need to become clever, unmanned, autonomous for these vehicles? There are a few technology components that are required to achieve this vision of persistent presence. We need vehicles, first of all, we need vehicles and systems that can have independent perception. When they see something, when a sonar sees a pipeline, sonar sees a vehicle, we need to understand that this is a vehicle, this is doing X, this is doing Y. This has to be sort of processed on board the vehicle. The vehicle itself needs to understand there's a vehicle coming, it shouldn't be there, and report. Reporting sensor data alone back to the operator is not possible the way we communicate in the ocean. And that leads to the next point, onboard decision systems. Because of this communication challenge that we have in the ocean, the vehicle themselves, they really need to understand what to do next based on the observations that they do. They need to have their own onboard decision systems that decides the next point of action by themselves. If I run out of battery, if I meet current, if I see something that shouldn't be there, if I see something that wasn't there yesterday, what should the vehicle do? And these vehicles, they really need to communicate. I started out with the challenge of communication. This is a key enabler for making this vision possible. And the last and most important, or not most important, but the last very important part is that these vehicles need to be robust. These vehicles and systems, they should be out there for days, weeks, and months without failure. But if we can get all this together, I think our ability to understand what's going on increases a lot. And we take away this deniability that is there today. If somebody's there, we can prove that they've been there, and it's become less attractive to sort of perform sabotage actions. So with that, I will end my talk. Thank you.
Thank you, Martin. So you're describing a pretty complex picture like everyone else is doing here today, but what would you say is the biggest challenge for the work that you're doing? Is it the cost? Is it the time that is needed to make all these systems work together? Or is it the competence? I mean, do you have the competence? What is the biggest challenge?
I think it's, or there are different things that come in. I think competence is important, and Norway has a strong competence, but we need to take care of this competence in this field. We are leading in robotics, but we need to be also given our situation. The other thing is coordination. This branch is quite sort of fragmented. Many small actors trying to do the same. If we could work together in a much better way and in sort of coordinated action, I think we could have a better stake of solving this challenge.
Good. And working together, that's precisely what we're going to do now, because we are entering the panel discussion. So you can actually go and have a seat at the end. And of course, everyone else got a second applause, so you're going to have a second applause as well. And now it's time to gather all the speakers. So Martin Ludvigsen is already there, and I would like for the rest of the panel to rejoin us. So Emily Holland, Janet Blatney, Julia Kovalev, and also Jon Olav Tande. You can take the seats next to Martin. Is there a staircase? Yes, there is. And I'm just gonna stand for a couple more minutes. I'm gonna sit together with them eventually. But I would just start by saying thank you so much for very interesting and thought-provoking presentations, all 5 of you. And I had a lot of questions prepared, but I've been sort of tossing them around when I was listening to you. And we're going to discuss some of your main points. And I'm not going to be the only one asking questions, of course. First of all, we have input from our wonderful audience. So I've been trying to read through some of the questions that are coming. My 2 adept helpers are already working hard to highlight the most relevant ones for this session. So please remember, not all the panels consist of all types of people ready to reply to everything. These are not politicians, for instance. So we'll see. We have to sort of prioritize a little bit. And if some questions or topics are not touched in this session, we might save them for later. So that was for the audience questions. But we also have our ever so skilled and broad expert panel beautifully placed on the first row. They have tables. That's what differs them. 12 different academics covering a wide array of disciplines. They are geographically dispersed, and I would like to add personality-wise, quite diverse, but they're all very nice. And they have at least 2 things in common: professional curiosity and the ability to ask good questions. So once they are ready to do so, they are going to flip their name tag 90 degrees so I can see that, and I can give them the word. Dear experts, are you ready? Yes, good, great. So, but I thought I could start, though, with the wonderful panel that we have here, and I hope that the 5 of you are going to throw yourselves into the discussion as well. Now, you've been listening to each other, and in the position where we are now, I was wondering if you're optimistic. I mean, I guess everyone was touched by Julia's presentation, because this is, real life, hard time experience. Are the rest of us ready to be in a position where we can actually learn from Ukraine's experiences? I'm going to start with that tiny question. And I'm looking at all of you. Jon Olav, Julia said that, if I understood you correctly, central distribution is a challenge. Now, you're representing exactly that. What do you think about such a statement?
First of all, thank you again, Julia, for this wonderful presentation. We learn a lot from Ukraine and the way you're handling the crisis. And it's exceptional what you're doing. In Norway, and at Statnett, I think we were one of the first TSOs, transmission system operators, that put resilience and robustness as a top priority.
Why is that? Why are you the only ones?
We're so clever.
Okay.
Next question.
No, you can continue.
I think we saw what was happening, and we thought, okay, this is good also in peacetime. It's not so that this is only good for the possible event of a war. It's also good to have a resilient power system in peacetime. And one of my main thinking is that we should do things that are good to do, be it in peace or in war. So we should do some sort of no-regret solutions, and we should aim still for sustainability, cost efficiency, and resilience and preparedness. So I think this is possible to go.
Yeah, there are actually 2 questions to you from Statnett. I'm just going to address them now since we're talking about this. So first of all, is it Statnett's assessment that cross-border power interconnectors contribute to Norwegian resilience, or does it rather compromise it now and in the future?
No, I think it does not compromise it at all. I mean, this is part of our national security. We have a hydropower-based power system in Norway, and hydropower resources varies plus minus 30% from a dry year to a wet year. And in the dry year, without cross-border connections, we would not have enough electricity to supply the demand without this.
And a second question with a short answer. How fast can you repair the Norwegian electric grid after a targeted attack on several transformer stations?
Ooh.
No, you're going to say, oh, super fast.
Yeah, I mean, that is an issue. We need to have spare parts, of course. And transformers, they are not small things you put in your back pocket. You know, they weighs hundreds of tons. But we have a strategy for it.
And I'm going to lead that. Thank you so far. I want everyone to have the word, and I see already the experts are just dying to ask you. But Emily, I was thinking when you were describing also for the critical infrastructure the magnitude of actors that are involved, and I think I'm not sure if you said it out, directly that it's difficult to make these actors share data. It's also a legal question. But how do we create safe and effective information sharing across borders and sectors?
Well, that is really a huge challenge.
Yeah.
Even within the alliance, there are issues with trust and sharing information. There are also issues about proprietary information because you're dealing with private actors.
Yes.
Particularly with very large private actors like the hyperscalers. They are obviously very reluctant to share information a lot of the time. So it's really an exercise in building trust. And one of the things I think I've learned spending time working as a civilian in the defense sector for so long is that there is not a history of the military and the private sector talking very easily. They are quite siloed industries, and many times they don't feel very comfortable speaking to each other, and that has to change right now, especially when we're talking about whole of society approaches to resilience. So there needs to be forums where you get private sector actors and the military together to get to know each other, to share information, to understand why some information might be good to share with the military and why others can't. So just building that trust is a huge foundation, and that's started to happen now, but it needs to happen more.
That's very diplomatic of you to say it like that. Is this effort being continued as we speak?
Yes, it is. There are a lot of efforts to try to bridge the gap between the private sector and the military, but again, as you so rightly said, NATO is the nations, and each nation in NATO has a very different perspective on this issue. And so there are some regions within NATO that work together really seamlessly in terms of sharing information, and they're very open with each other and trusting. And there are other regions in NATO that do not work together so well. And there are certain actors within NATO, certain states, that are just reluctant to share information with the alliance or with the private sector. And so you have a huge array of different actors with different incentives. That said, forums like what we do at the NATO COI Center, which is bringing in points of contact from various different roles in government, and then having those actors speak together with relevant private sector actors, it does the initial stages of building that trust. And so I think as we are moving towards a security situation in which whole of society resilience, particularly in Europe, is at the forefront of the agenda, those sorts of forums are going to need to happen.
And Janet, I was just wondering, since we're in NATO landscape, where should we draw the line between necessary transparency and national security?
Oh, well, to build upon what was just mentioned, first of all, I want to say thank you to Julia, because what you presented is also a wake-up call for other nations. And I think just by raising this in this debate, it raises also awareness of what we have to do in our preparedness. So thank you so much for sharing. Back to the transparency part, I think also what was just mentioned by Emily, the dialogue between the nations, by the private public, not only between, let's say, the military and the private. It's really a public-private partnership in this debate. And you can share what you can share. But also there's security acts that you need to take into account. And you cannot share all kinds of information due to that you do not want to, or you cannot expose your vulnerabilities, because at the end it's about deterrence. It's about securing your own nation, and it's about deterrence. So research, for instance, I mean, we can be so open and transparent. So research and the dialogue that we're having today and what was already put up front from your presentation, Martin, is an excellent way of also communicating, let's say, the challenges in this area and also informing the policymakers and the decision makers of what we need to focus on. So yes, we need to be transparent. Yes, we can share information. I'm sure we can share much more than we do already. But at the same time, we do have some obligations to take care and protect our own vulnerabilities.
Precisely. And Martin, you wanted to have the word, but I would add on a question as well, because as a researcher, I mean, you're pro-openness and sharing of data, but there's a line as well to how much data you should or could share. And I've heard industry representatives calling it a naivety. I'm not going to name any nations' names or anything, but, people are paying attention and watching maps, for instance, of transmission lines or, share data and so on. How do you avoid, how do you manage to do that fine balance between sharing too much and too little to get that development going?
So it's a large paradox. You can't really have a right and wrong, but there's a slight slider where you would like to stay. But the sort of point that I'd like to mention is that you can and should protect some technology, because technology, that's where I'm at. You need to protect some solutions because you need to protect your own capabilities. And you don't want to share other people's, your own capabilities. That is important. But the other flip of this is that this hinders and reduces the innovation rate, and the innovation goes down in society in general. People can innovate slower, we have less solutions, everything moves slower. This sort of revolution of open source that we've seen many years ago has sparked innovation in many, many places. And if you move to Ukraine, where people make their own drones with their own hands, it's impossible without open source. So if you have a wide variety of technology openly available, this also gives sort of persistence to the society, because you can handle a lot more if you have this availability and sort of diversity of solutions available to everyone, not only a few concentrated large industry partners or defense partners. So finding that balance and also make sure that we have open technology as much as possible. It improves innovation and it improves also societal resilience.
Julia, you have to comment on that.
Yes, and maybe because I'm no longer the diplomat, I can be more direct. I think we can talk a lot about, sensitivity, data sharing, but then guys, let's go to the Google map.
Yeah.
And most of your infrastructure is there. Okay, then you can do the extra efforts for not a big amount of money. You can buy the satellite data from commercial satellites, and you will have much more data available. So, frankly speaking, from the physical perspective, what could you hide? From the commercial perspective, look on many players, whether it's the privately owned companies, publicly traded, or it's state-owned. Everybody wants to be transparent. Everybody is sharing your, as the TSO, your investment program, when and how and what you will build, and the same with the power generators. So it's already most of the data. It's publicly available without almost zero cost to invest on getting this information. But if we are looking on the cooperation, I think one sector has already showed a lot of progress. It's the cybersecurity. And I saw it I spent almost 4 years working in Canada, and I saw that trend happening. First, the government stepped when they saw the cyber attacks, specifically on the critical infrastructure. But then they started the building, and I think most of the NATO countries have already quite a good dialogue with the critical infrastructure sector on cybersecurity. And it's something that both the governments from the security standpoint is driving, but also the private sector is aware of and putting attention. This is the first an example, and I think that is this practice needs to be just increased through all the dimensions. because that is where I think it's a win-win strategy. It's both for the national security, but also to precise power producers or the traders or whoever is in the private sector, because this is like possess the great risks. As for the open data, yes, indeed, many of the technologies, like this is the balance between you want to have it cheap, quick, but then you need to open the source, or you want it to be, very restrictive, usually very expensive, with this probability of success much lower, and then you do it usually by the government, which is like inefficiency, the question mark. So yes, we have this trade-off, but also, frankly speaking, let's also realize that we have so many public data already available,
and you can't unpublish those. No. I'm going to let the expert panel ask some questions or comments, and half of them are already ready to do that. So I thought I would start with you, Jim Watson. You are Professor of Energy Policy at the University College of London. Energy security is your field of expertise, so I thought it would be wise to start with you. Go ahead, Jim.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Hope you can hear me okay. So I wanted to come back to what Emily said and then what Martin talked about at the end of the panel, which is the North Sea, the undersea interconnectors. And I suppose the question I'm left with is, it's a bit of a mess at the moment in terms of responsibility. For reporting, you mentioned 3 different schemes. I've talked to cable operators back in the UK who say they're not responsible for monitoring this stuff. They can build it, but it's not their thing, it's somebody else. So I just wonder, for you and for any other members of the panel, who do you think should be responsible for trying to coordinate a type of approach which means that we have better reporting, better monitoring, and better response and prevention? Because at the moment, it doesn't seem to be very good.
Emily, would you like to start?
Sure, you're absolutely right. It is extremely fragmented, and I think that is a result of the nations sort of realizing that this was an issue, waking up to it, and then frantically trying to respond as best they can. But in terms of who should be responsible, it's a very good question. Ultimately, it's the nations who are responsible. But when you're talking about this sort of infrastructure, which is cross-border and multinational, it becomes very difficult, and you need some sort of body to help coordinate that. I worked in the CUI Center at NATO. I think that's obviously a natural fit to sort of act as the coordinating body to oversee the various different kind of relevant agencies. But again, it's up to the nations to decide that. And NATO can't make or force a country to say, well, get rid of your reporting scheme and just go to the CUI Center instead. That said, I think that because of the nature of this infrastructure, it really does make sense to have an alliance level body to report to and to try to clean up that fragmentation, because response time is so important. And when you have confusion amongst the operators about who to report to, that then weakens response time. And one of the things that's happened, in the CUI Center, but across kind of other bodies, is just thinking about how best to increase situational awareness, which you talked about, which is the big challenge, which is how do we know what's going on, when and where? And it's basically impossible to monitor that all the time. And so, of course, nations and the alliances turn to AI to try to figure out a way of better understanding what is normal activity across the whole spectrum of infrastructure and what is abnormal. And so we're going to see much more complex systems moving forward from that. And hopefully that might help to ease some of the coordination challenges.
Yeah, I wanted to comment on that, but I'm not going to do that. Janet, would you like to reply as well to Jim's question?
A great question. And I think this is a question that could be raised in several areas as well. Very often we see that some of the, or let's say a lot of the challenges that we are dealing with in security and defense are cross-sectorial. And as Emily said, it is fragmented. But at the same time, I think that every nation are organized in different ways, and there are systems in let's say, in the different nations. So in Norway, for instance, every sector has, or every ministry has their own responsibility. But at the same time, they need also to collaborate and be coordinated among the sectors. And maybe this is one of the most challenging parts that we're dealing with, having the cross-sectorial approach and dealing with, let's say, finding good solutions and mechanisms to deal. But what I do see today, and again, based on the security challenges, is that there is a growing awareness that we have to work much more cross-sectorial. And as I mentioned, the 7 baseline requirements, NATO is also approaching each nation. What's the status? How are you doing in this field? So there's also reporting mechanisms there because resilience is a national responsibility. It's not perfect. Nothing is really perfect in life anyway. But at least I see a movement. And that's the good part. But I think maybe the cross-sectorial part is maybe one of the most difficult areas to get a good coordination.
What I was thinking about was data ownership, because the data is usually processed by industrial actors who do not have national commitments necessarily. There's an agreement and there's law and regulations, but other than that, that's a risk as well, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah. So, Martin.
Yep. Back to the question about who has the responsibility for the infrastructure. I would answer with a question because in Norway the
typical of these researchers and academics. Yes.
The responsibility in Norway is given to the owner by the Security Act, right? But who can protect it? Because if you own something and somebody comes in and you don't have the legal framework to protect it the right way, you can't really defend it. If some attacks your assets, then it's a governmental and it's an official unit, then you're to police and defense. And that, I would say that is likely to be challenging if you're an asset owner, that you are responsible, you don't have the framework, or do you have the framework to defect it is more the question.
Yeah. Would you think would reply to that?
I think this is a societal question.
It is.
Who should take the responsibility and how should they do it? I think it's easy for the government to give the responsibility to the asset owner, but it puts the asset owner in a challenging situation. Absolutely.
Moving on to, or back to the expert panel, I thought maybe we should hear from Stephen Gabriel. You're also a regular part of the panel. I think you can just test it. I think it is on. So you're a professor at the Department of Mechanical Engineering at the University of Maryland. So mathematics.
Yes.
That's your field.
Yeah, and also NTNU. So
yeah.
So I deal with a lot of modeling related to critical infrastructure under uncertainty. So how do you optimize something? So this is a question that's going to begin undersea, but doesn't have to stay underwater. Basically, the sea is huge, obviously. So given that you want to cover sensors and put in infrastructure to detect, bad things happening underwater, you have to make some trade-offs. You can't look at every single worst case. And that's basically a robust approach if you're going to do that. But every euro or krona that you spend doing that, you've taken away from climate change. So it's a shared resource in terms of the budget. So how does, just giving a hint, how do you allocate where you're going to put these things under the water to protect versus taking that away from some other part of the economy? This is a general question for everybody. Again, it starts underwater, but could be anywhere. Thank you.
I see several hands are raised, but do you feel inclined to start, Martin?
I can do that. I think the first question is how to choose between security and environmental. It's a political question. I think you can have, this is a situation where you can have both, because if you have assets out there, if you have observation systems, you can also improve the scientific understanding of the marine environment considerably. You can sort of go one level up to what we understand about the ocean. Okay, that's still only observing the problem, it's not really solving it. When it comes to where to put the money, it's also about what level of risk do you accept and how can you model your risk? You mentioned modeling, so you need to model, quantify your risk, and then make your investment accordingly.
Yeah. Thank you. Jon Olav.
Yeah, this is not Statnett necessarily speaking, but me asking
Strange,
a question.
I think you do represent Statnett. Okay.
Yeah, but I'm still asking a question. In Norway or in all NATO countries, I think we have this 5% agreement that we should spend on defense, total defense, and 1.5% of that should be for civil purposes. So I think one idea could be to say, okay, let's take part of this 1.5% and protect our infrastructure. That could be that, so we not get this conflict between renewable energy and protecting infrastructure. Because I think this is really a case where you say, okay, we need to protect this, and it's probably a good idea to do it also for non-war times, if there are accidents happening and so on. But it's still the level of surveillance we're talking about now is not something you would plan for if it wasn't for the geopolitical situation.
Janet, did you raise your hand?
Well, I was really touching my glasses, but I can.
That's allowed.
But I can respond, or at least throw in some reflections. Now, I was thinking about, we often talk about, let's say, one type of infrastructure, one critical infrastructure. But I think we also need to highlight the system dependencies. We have to look upon, as I mentioned, and several mentioned, it's, energy is linked to digital infrastructure. We talked about workforce, labor, and I think we need to look upon this in a more systematic approach, call it a holistic approach. And that is where we also deal with the risk assessments. When we're dealing with risk assessments, we tend to do it within one infrastructure. But again, due to all the dependencies, we really need to broaden up this. And I think that is something that we should be looking on into the future. And back to the 5%, yes, it would be really, really great if we could have a lot of more money in this area. It would be perfect. But again, NATO is the nations, and the 5% is divided in two, right? 3.5% for defense and 1.5%. So my question would be, where are we going to get the money out of the 1.5%? Does that mean more money, or does that mean, let's say, a prioritization of the money that we have within the nations? And how do we calculate that regarding the critical infrastructure? Because that 1.5% is not only about critical infrastructure. So it's a good point, having a part of that. But again, it's back to the nations. So the question is, what is Norway going to do about that?
That's a big question. Julia, you wanted to comment as well.
And I will also a bit add to the complexity of this discussion, because on the one side, and there is more calls around all the NATO partners to invest 5% into the defense, including the critical infrastructure, and everybody is looking on the energy infrastructure as one of the core of this infrastructure. And out of the sudden, all the discussions shifted on, how to protect, how to invest in the critical infrastructure, which will definitely have the impact on the power prices. On the other side, in order the economy to run and to have this 5% to spend back on the critical infrastructure and defense, you need to have the power prices which make your economy competitive. So this is the bigger trade-off between the investments. The good thing there is the cost. And we saw it definitely from Ukraine. We're grateful to many partners who at the beginning of the war provided us a lot of different weapons, including the very costly drones, which were worth $1 million each. Now we have these types produced 1 to 10 in terms of the cost, because of open code, because of more private sector, and just, there was a big throw of people, talent, and resources there. So looking on those different unmanned systems that can support the critical infrastructure, including underwater, if there will be let's call it more market for this, there will be more people coming there with the private investment, with their brilliant minds, making it cheaper. So this is all whether we are going to create this market. If yes, we will get a cheaper solution, more affordable, that at the end of the story will help us to get, more awareness.
Okay, Emily.
Just very quickly, I just wanted to jump in and said that it doesn't necessarily have to be a trade-off. So oftentimes defense investments spur research and development into transition technology. So, for example, right now, just 2 days ago, actually, the Trump administration put out a $500 million RFP for researchers to try to submit research projects on recycling, LFP technology, and a whole bunch of other different battery technology type things, because it's so important for defense purposes. But of course, that bleeds into the civilian space. That research does not stay siloed to the military. So there are lots of overlap in terms of where defense spending can actually really go quite far in moving the transition forward.
It seems like it's the cabbage and the goat.
Yeah. Thank you. I'm going to combine two questions there, one from the audience with one of my own questions. What should Europe do to ensure technological sovereignty for energy security, given reliance on China and an unpredictable ally in the US, combined with the components that we need for repairs? How can we manage supply chain risk in critical infrastructure? And I'm looking at the entire panel now. Who would like to start? European sovereignty.
I can start like a very straightforward comment with the Europe is still buying Russian gas as of today. Yes, this amount was significantly decreased, but let's realize that still on the one side, we're very grateful for the support of Ukraine that all the European countries are providing, but on the other hand, there are still some countries who are feeding Russia and its war machine by buying both Russian pipeline and LNG gas. And for those who have been watching the recent, I will take my diplomatic turbulences around the oil pipeline to one country who desperately want to continue to buy Russian oil. And out of the sudden, the rest of EU members who already voted for the support package to Ukraine are stuck. This is the first easy home question to many of the European capitals. On a broader sense, yes, we all are talking about the renewable sector and different technologies. And then, of course, what does it mean in terms of all of the equipment? If we look on the storage, who is the main supplier on all the BESS technology across the world? Solar, wind, and then it comes to critical minerals, which became led by US, the discussion, which was I think a very important wake-up call for many countries, understanding that whatever we are talking energy storage, or we are talking about defense, critical minerals is becoming a very important strategic asset for NATO. And the more discussions around how to build the strategic resilience on all of the value chains, starting from those production of these critical minerals, we see more attention, more like investments coming there. But this take time. This take a lot more efforts on research, a lot more efforts on government policies, more funding at the end of the story. Whether we all are there, no, but we are definitely on the right path of, if you're ill, the first thing is you need to have a good diagnosis. And then if you diagnosed quite well, you take the medication and you're on the right way to get better.
I know that everyone would like to continue this discussion, but we have to sort of, to use the analogy of flying, we have to land this flight quite soon. So just one quick question at the end, and it's a yes or no question. Can crises actually accelerate a shift toward cleaner and more resilient energy systems? Everyone who thinks yes, raise a hand. Okay, so because I was thinking, you're so realistic. But no, 2 hands up and 3 nays.
I will tell yes, and this is the example of Ukraine for the last 4 years.
Yes.
Exactly.
Just the last year, the new installed capacity of the wind generation was around 500 megawatts in the mid of the war. And if we look on the energy security, what is the dilemma? What is your primary source of energy? Whenever you're taking gas, you're at risk. Whenever you're taking coal, it's no longer bankable. We are moving. So renewable is it makes yourself as a country more energy resilient and independent. So like this is the definite example from where we are heading as the country in our energy system. That will be more and more reliance on the one side for renewables, on the other side on whatever renewables is the diversification.
I'm going to say thank you. That was actually a nice summing up of the discussion. Thank you so much, Martin Ludvigsen, Olav Tande, Janet Blatney, Julia Kovaliv, and Emily Holland for sharing your perspectives with us. Thank you to the expert panel. You're going to get a new chance later on to ask questions, and also to the audience for great questions. So a huge round of applause for the panel. And I'm just gonna do this while I'm sitting with you here. Then in the next session, we're going to scrutinize the different global value chains. We were just touching upon it now shortly, that the energy transition depends on and the pressure they are under. So how can we build more robust and more competitive value chains? But that is in an hour. At this moment, we're getting close to our lunch break, which lasts until 13:15, 1:15. That should give you all ample time to pick up your name tag if you haven't done so, and not to mention, do what we all love to do during conferences, which is mingle, meet new people, revisit old memory lanes and so on. That's what you're going to do, preferably around a meal. So in other words, lunch is served in Glasgow, and please make sure to be back at 1:15. Enjoy your lunch. Thank you. Welcome back from lunch, everybody. I hope that you're all re-energized and that you've been able to reconnect, exchange ideas, and build the relationships that make real collaboration possible, something that feels quite relevant for this particular session. The global energy transition is unfolding under very different conditions. Emerging economies are striving to expand access to affordable and reliable energy while avoiding excessive buildup of fossil fuel dependence. For advanced economies, the focus is on cutting emissions and decoupling economic growth from fossil energy use. And in both cases, markets and the global trading system are at the core. Today, companies face increasing exposure to volatile oil markets, geopolitical tensions, and vulnerable supply chains. Diversification, risk management, and resilience have become essential as the world navigates constrained resources and rising competition for critical materials. These pressures make the pursuit of a fair and sustainable transition even more challenging and urgent. Now, over the next 90 minutes, we're going to explore how international finance, trade policy, and investment partnerships can support equitable progress in turbulent times. And you may, of course, participate through Slido. And yes, I know there are many questions that we still haven't had the chance to convey to the panels, but rest assured, I I'm seeing them, and I'm going to ask a lot of them as soon as we get the chance. So the QR code is available for the physical audience on your name tags, and the code is ETC26. Just remember to click like for the things you find relevant. Now, let's take a look at the state of the energy transition today. Where do we stand, and where are we heading? Someone who can offer clear answers to that is Sverre Alvik, Vice President at DNV, which is a Norwegian-based international provider of independent assurance and risk management. Every year, DNV publishes its Energy Transition Outlook, and Sverre, he is the director behind this work. He is here now to share some key insights from their latest report and to give us a clear snapshot of the global transition as it looks right now. So please welcome Sverre Alvik.
Thank you, Ruth Astrid, and good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We have heard a lot today about what must happen, and that's important. But in DNV and in the forecasting perspective, we are looking first and foremost what is happening already. And the elephant in the room today, and I have to start with that, is what's happening in Iran. And what do we see? And what's the impact of what we see? The oil and gas prices, they go through the roof. But long-term demand destruction has not yet happened. And although we see some short-term, for example, on aviation. The GCC countries' image as a safe place is gone. Who would buy an apartment in Dubai today? I think they are for sale. And still, these countries will remain having the cheapest oil and gas in the world and in the coming decades. And this has further increased the focus on resilience and energy independence, and that means long-term fueling domestically controlled resources like nuclear, renewable, and also coal in many countries. But let's look at the global transition beyond the Iran thing and with a more long-term perspective. If there's one line I would suggest you try to remember from my short speech today, is that technology is easier to export than policy. It's as simple as that, and that's the reason why what's happening in China is much more important for the global transition than what's happening in US. Technologies are easier to export than policies. And most countries are embracing competitive Chinese technologies, not without dilemmas, because there's a lot of dilemmas on job security and similar, but still, these are available, and they're low in price, and they fuel the transition. And it's very tempting or easy trap for us to look at the transition with European and Norwegian lens, and it seems like it's stalling. It's not, because of competitive Chinese technologies. Geopolitics is everywhere. We have an arms race. We have growing tensions. We are challenging the Western-dominated world order that we've had now for a century. We have, since the end of the Cold War, had a global cooperation on technologies and trust in established institutions. That is now at risk. WTO and similar are not more having the same standing. We see, as I said, an increased willingness to pay for domestically controlled and domestically produced energy. And that means mostly renewables, but it also helps nuclear and coal in China and in India. And then we see reshoring of manufacturing. It's possible to open new mines. We will hear more about critical minerals today, but it takes a decade or more. And it does come at additional cost, because why do we trade and buy things from China? Because they're cheaper than from elsewhere. If we want to build the same thing, it will cost more. We heard earlier today that energy security is challenging the energy sustainability. We heard that from Equinor. I disagree. Energy security is challenging affordability. But on a global scale, it's going mostly in tandem with energy security. if we have a large model on energy, the energy transition in DNV, and if we try to nullify everything that has to do with energy security in that model, you see the result here. Then we find an energy transition that goes faster in the countries that are energy importers and slower in countries that are energy exporters. Or if we paraphrase the DG Energy colleague we heard, the drug addicts, that's the energy importing countries, and the drug dealers, that's the energy exporting countries, including Norway, of course.
The biggest and best of all.
Yes. The sum is not a big number here. As you see, it's 1%. But in average, globally, energy security is fueling the transition. It's not halting it. The biggest and most important trend on the energy transition is the growing and greening of electricity worldwide. Electricity is a wonderful type of energy of two main reasons. One, it's very effective, and two, it can fairly easily be green. Today, most of the world's electricity is still fossil fuel, but already know solar and wind is the cheapest form of new electricity most places in the world. And by 2060, they will represent 80% of the global electricity mix, not without caveats, because it's variable, and the variability means it's much more expensive grid that needs both demand response and storage and connectivity to function. But the greening and growing of electricity is the most important trend for the transition globally. Still, 80% of the energy we use globally is fossil fuels. And up to now, we have had an energy addition, not an energy transition on a global scale, but from now onwards, fossil fuel is about to peak within the next 5 years, and fossil fuel is being replaced on an absolute basis by renewables and partly nuclear. And mid-century, we'll see a 50-50 split. In 2060, it will be a 37-63 split, according to our best estimate. Is that enough? No. Because, as we know, CO2 emissions is more or less directly correlated with combustion of fossil fuels. And with the present and expected pace, with the expected political, economical, and technological development, we are emptying the 1.5-degree carbon budget this decade. We're emptying the 2-degree carbon budget around mid-century. And then in the very end of this century, around 2090, we will see net zero. Net zero is the magic number here, because that's when global temperature rise will stop. And this is happening first in in power, then in transport, and slower in other sectors. So we're on the right track, but with the wrong pace, heading towards 2.2 degrees of global warming is our best estimate. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sverre. The tempo isn't fast enough, obviously.
No.
And you mentioned we're buying Chinese technology because it's cheaper. Is there a correlation here between the will to spend money and to increase the speed of the transition?
Yes, there is. And the more Chinese technologies we buy, the faster the transition will be. But there are many other priorities we also need to maneuver at the same time.
Because we're talking about security today.
Yes.
Security and Chinese
national security, energy security, job security. There's a lot of other priorities that the politicians have to maneuver. But it's no doubt that if we, for example, allow Chinese wind turbines into Europe, we will get cheaper wind and more wind and a faster transition. Should we do it? That's not an easy answer to that.
Because there's also a security issue as well when we're talking about technology.
Yes, and there's a lot of pragmatism. I mean, we are, as we heard today, even buying Russian oil still. And during the Norwegian Nobel fight with China, they still were buying as much salmon as they used to do. So there is a lot of pragmatism in global trade. It's not only governed by politicians. But the most important thing we should remember is that it's very important to not see this with too European-centric views, but also remember that globally, things are going very fast, mostly due to what's happening in China. There's a lot of things we don't like with that, but they are helping, fueling the transition.
Sverre, you're going to be back for the panel discussion later, so we'll see you then. Thanks once again. End extreme poverty and promote shared prosperity on a livable planet. That is the mission of the World Bank Group. Achieving lasting poverty reduction depends, among other things, on sustainable natural resource management. And that brings us to our next speaker, Caroline Fisher, lead economist at the World Bank. She is a part of the World Bank's Planet Research Program, which offers policy insights on a wide range of issues spanning from the environment via biodiversity to climate change. And in her research, Caroline Fisher focuses on environmental policy design. Today, she will offer us insights into the global drivers of low-carbon competitiveness and the investment landscape in green-compatible versus fossil-reliant capital in developing economies. Usually based in Washington, D.C., she has crossed the Atlantic to be with us today, and she has also a spot in the expert panel. But right now, she is entering the stage for us, so please welcome Caroline Fisher.
Thanks. It's very nice to be here. Let me just give a quick disclaimer. I'm sort of here as a researcher with experience at the World Bank and not necessarily representing the World Bank or its board of directors. So I'm going to take a little bit more of a long view here and state, the energy transition is already underway, as we heard from Sverre's presentation just now. We track the different sustainable development goals, and one of the indicators relate to energy access and renewable energy. And we see, around the world there are many major economies that have already installed a great deal of renewable energy capacity per capita, and then a lot of economies that have, a majority even of their total energy consumption is from renewables. So one of the reasons I think this is going to be hard to stop is because of the evolution of renewable energy technologies. Just in the past 15 years, these costs have come down dramatically, and so now, at least in the power sector, renewables are the most cost competitive option. Now, that isn't to say that there aren't still challenges. There's still challenges related to power markets, designing them well and functional, enabling the ability to integrate more renewables and to incentivize not only capacity expansion, but also dispatch with renewable energy first. Improving cost recovery and the grid, all while expanding access in a lot of countries. So in developing countries, though, there is a challenge in that developing countries need to finance more of these capital investments, and the weighted average cost of capital, I guess that's the WACC up there, is much higher in these countries. So you see, in the lower left-hand quadrant, those are mostly advanced economies, and then as you get up to the upper right-hand quadrant, those are developing countries. They have much higher costs of capital. And we also see this on average for renewable energy, which is more capital intensive than conventional sources. The capital costs can be quite higher than those in advanced economies. So that's a challenge we need to tackle in terms of de-risking finance, concessional finance, blended finance, and targeted interventions to help make sure that developing economies can take advantage of the tremendous technological progress, so they don't have to develop in the same way that industrialized economies did in the past. Now, there's also trade. Trade can be helpful for the transition. So certainly, there's a lot of trade in these technologies, but there are still a fair amount of barriers to trade in green value chains. So this is from a study by one of my colleagues in the research group, looking at an example of 35 emerging markets and their policies in terms of the tariffs that are applied to electric vehicles and also solar and wind technologies, and also non-tariff barriers. These, remain significant, and they can be higher than other conventional goods. And so my colleagues find that actually firms' response to these tariffs, their import response, is more sensitive in these green value chains than in conventional products. So these sort of findings indicate that, governments in emerging markets should be very careful and not try to follow in the more protectionist industrial policy attempts of advanced economies, because their local firms really rely on imports in the short term to help aid diffusion of these green technologies. Trade also much more broadly shapes energy choices around the world. And in particular, I do a lot of research on emissions-intensive industries, so heavy industries. They're going to be very sensitive to energy costs, emissions regulations, and also the evolution of market demand. So we see now, fossil price volatility, energy cost volatility is going to add some extra impetus for efficiency and also to look at alternative energy sources. A challenge, though, is that if these price shocks are not commonly shared, then they have the potential to really shift relative competitiveness and change and add tensions in what's already a very tense industries. Think steel, aluminum, etc., fertilizers. At the same time, there is, though, growing demand for goods produced with lower carbon footprints, with less embedded emissions, including through the EU's carbon border adjustment mechanism, which is coming online this year. And so this is requiring importers in the EU of goods from these emissions-intensive industries, steel, cement, fertilizer, aluminum, and a couple others, to have to pay for their embedded emissions in the same way that EU producers have to pay for their emissions under the EU emissions trading system. So this is one of many drivers that are indicating that decarbonization in the long run is going to be an essential component of competitiveness in these markets and in growing markets globally. Now, we also see, and partly in response to these drivers and to the CBAM, but also for local reasons, domestic ambitions, and co-benefits, there is really growing coverage of carbon pricing and emissions regulation around the world in power and industrial sectors. So some of my colleagues at the bank, we have a carbon pricing dashboard, and each year they produce a state and trends of carbon pricing. And now we have 80 different carbon pricing instruments that have been implemented worldwide, so more jurisdictions have carbon pricing. Importantly, all large middle-income countries have either implemented or are seriously considering direct carbon pricing. So this is really an evolution. Already, a little more than half of all emissions from the power sector worldwide are covered by either a carbon tax or emissions trading system, and over 40% of industrial emissions. Okay, a lot of this is the EU and the Chinese national nationwide emissions trading system, but also, several other countries and more coming online. So we see, there's great progress in this area and commitment to tackling emissions, although obviously there's still a lot of variation in the sort of prices and stringency, but I think this shows great promise. The EU emissions trading system has taken a couple decades to get where it is. So there's a foundation that's expanding worldwide. And then finally, I want to make the point that, the vast majority of the world is still committed to the transition. So we have net zero targets that cover 77% of global emissions. This is even with the US pulling out of the Paris Agreement and abandoning these targets, but arguably temporarily, because a new administration may come along and come back in, so we need to think in the future. And so, these are very broad commitments that, that reflect, this expectation that we will transition to clean energy sources, and, we need to, keep our eye in the future and make sure that the policies and actions and mechanisms keep us on track despite short-term challenges. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Caroline. There's a question just popped in from the audience to you specifically. I actually wanted to ask you two questions, but I'm just going to take this first one because I think the other ones would like to discuss the first. So, how can developing countries drive for decentralized energy security solutions be efficiently utilized for developing countries' electrification?
I think that's a great question because the circumstances in developing countries can be very different from those in advanced economies. So the World Bank, we have Mission 300, which is seeking to expand electricity access to 300 million people in Africa by 2030. So there's still, there's still a need to sort of build out access to energy. And but that doesn't necessarily have to be conventional energy powered by a grid with a power plant. There are a lot of opportunities for distributed energy and for mini grids and for renewable energy to bring electricity access to communities that are remote. And so there's so part of the question is identifying where does it make sense to bring the grid to the people, where does it make sense to just bring a mini grid to the people, at least in a transition time until we can expand the grid. And then I think the bigger question is then understanding how do we make this access, not just access, but really productive. So not just, running a light bulb, which many households would be happy with, but also, allowing them, inspiring them to create businesses and generate income and employment via this energy access.
Thank you so much. And so far, you're going to be back, of course, for the panel discussion. And we have loads more questions for you then. So thank you, Caroline Fischer. I'm not sure if our next speaker is wearing her dreamy superhero cape today, but she's continuously fighting to decarbonize her workplace, Yara International, one of the world's largest fertilizer producers. Edina Ringhal Vikholm is Yara's Director of Policy and Government Relations, and her efforts to decarbonize Yara's activities and making them industrially profitable are definitely challenged nowadays, as the value chains for food production are heavily affected by the war in the Middle East and rising gas prices. So how is this influencing Yara's work to become climate neutral and grow a nature-positive food future? Let's find out by lending ears to Edina Ringdal Vikholm. Please welcome her to the podium.
Hello, everyone. I know we just met, but I would really like you to join me on a journey. Luckily, it starts right here in Norway. It's going to take us across time and around the globe. My aim is that when we end this journey, you will know a bit more about mineral fertilizers, why they are important, why they are vulnerable, and how we work to reduce that vulnerability. But first, 100 years ago, Europe was actually facing a famine. The Industrial Revolution meant that more people were moving into cities, less were left to work the fields. But the age and the living age was rising, so we needed more food with less hands. The answer, in short, was mineral fertilizers. We take nitrogen from the air, we take potash or potassium from ancient salt formations, and phosphate from mines, combine them and replenish the soil where we grow crops. So in 1905, right here in Norway, what is now known as Yara was founded. It was the world's first mineral fertilizer company. A lot happened in those first years. From 1905 and before 1920, we had 2 full-scale hydroelectric plants, and we had 2 full-scale fertilizer factories. Some might say that it takes a bit longer to get things done today, but at least in those days, we were quite early on. In 1907, just 2 short years after the founding of the company, we had a very important visit. It was King Chulalongkorn, which I have recently learned that was also called Rami IV. I wish I had learned that before Chulalongkorn, but okay. He actually visited the factory in Rjukan. So 1907, 2 years after. What he did was he ordered the first ton of mineral fertilizer from Norway to Thailand. And that trading relationship actually continues to this day. We're very proud because if you look at the Thai 100 baht note, you will actually see the first visit commemorated. So, what started in 1905, now in 2025, mineral fertilizers are actually producing more than 50% of all food that we are consuming around the world. For us in Yara, it has led to our mission statement, to responsibly feed the world and protect the planet. This is why my kids think I wear a cape for work. But a product that is vital to half of everything we eat, that's vital to all of us. And anything that is vital can also be vulnerable. The dark patches on this map are countries where Yara's mineral fertilizer is not used. 140 countries use mineral fertilizers, Yara's mineral fertilizers. But despite being used all over the world, the minerals we need are extremely concentrated. Let's start with phosphate. Phosphate is critical to all living organisms. It is crucial for cell growth and for retaining water in organisms. Phosphate is mined, and over 90% of everything that we mine is used for mineral fertilizers. China is by far the world's largest producer. Of a global production of 240 million, 110 is produced in China. And you see the other countries. Can anyone notice a continent that is missing? Europe has one phosphate mine. It's actually our phosphate mine. It's in Finland. It produces 1 million a year. What about potassium or potash? Well, why is potassium or potash important? It's used in everything, really. It helps our crops. It yields larger yields, improves taste, helps plants to resist disease. It is in all our mineral fertilizers. But it's the same picture of limited supply. Canada is the world's largest producer. Then you have Russia and Belarus. You also have China with 6.3 million, but China uses everything it produces themselves, so we don't really get access to it. So what you see is that 3 countries control 60% of all the supply. And that's now, after sanctions. The number was 80% before. But nitrogen, finally, something that is abundant. 78% of the air that we breathe here, that's nitrogen. Unfortunately, nitrogen in its form in the air doesn't penetrate to the roots of the plants. So we need to use energy to get it into a form that we can give to the plants. And as we all know, energy can and has been weaponized. But if we want to do an energy transition, if we want to cut or decarbonize fertilizers, we need to use more energy. Either by employing CCS, like we do in Sluiskil, where we will cut 800,000 tons every year using CCS and actually storing it right here in the North Sea, or by so-called green or renewable hydrogen and ammonia, where we use electrolyzers. So we get the hydrogen that we need to make ammonia and capture the nitrogen from water electrolysis. This will help decarbonize, but it will make us more vulnerable when it comes to renewable energy. So geopolitics can dramatically reshape the fertilizer landscape. We've seen it time and time again. We're seeing it right now, where we both are hit by LNG exports through the Hormuz Strait. But you remember I told you about phosphate? 20% of the world's phosphate is shipped through the Hormuz Strait. 30% of the world's traded ammonia is going through the same strait. So we have energy and the minerals, all of them combining. So what do? We just try to be ourselves. We need to build trust in times of peace so that we have it when we need it. We try to build our knowledge, knowing everything we can, preparing for business as usual as well as business as unusual. And we try to prepare, but not predict. We don't know where the next conflict will hit. We don't know how chaos will erupt next time. Trying to predict will almost always make us wrong. So we instead try to increase our understanding so that we don't try to guess what comes next, but rather prepare for whatever comes next. Thank you.
Thank you, Edina. Interesting, and you said we have to prepare for whatever comes next. And I guess 20% of the LNG exports is now stranded in the Hormuz Strait. To what extent, because you are using the LNG, right, for your production, if you were converted to electricity, then you wouldn't have been that vulnerable now, right? So how are you working now to reduce that dependence on LNG, for instance?
Yeah. So the problem now is, yes, it's more vulnerable to have for LNG imports. We in Yara are very lucky that we don't actually import from the now affected area.
But the prices are rising.
The prices are rising. And but we still see that compared to using renewable energy, the costs are still a lot higher with the use of renewable energy than with fossil fuels. And that's really where we need to see change. Because as long as producing with renewable energy has an increase, it depends a bit where you are, but we're talking between 5 and 8 times higher costs. And that's not something that you are able to just absorb in the market. So you will not find a person more eager to get more renewable power production online than myself, because that means the prices will be lower and we can start using renewable electricity instead of fossil fuels.
You will have the chance to elaborate on that in the panel discussion. So far, Edina, thank you so much. From one traditional company to another, we are now going to hear from the global trading company Sumitomo Corporation. They work across sectors from metals and mobility to chemicals, mineral resources, and energy transformation. Akiko Shimada is the general manager of business intelligence at Sumitomo's European branch, and she leads the company's geopolitical and strategic analysis for senior management in this region. She started her Sumitomo career just last year and brought with her over 20 years of financial experience, including nearly 2 decades at the Mizuho Bank in London. And she also holds a master's degree in development economics and a certification in sustainability investing. So with this broad background, she'll help us explore a key question. How does a company of Sumitomo's scale maintain sustainable economic growth in a time of rising geopolitical tensions? Let's find out by leaving the podium to Akiko Shimada.
Hello, everyone. It's so nice to be here. It's my first time as well in Trondheim. It reminds me of my hometown, north part of in Japan, called Akita. It's very similar climate in winter. So today, I'd like to share a global corporate view of the energy transition and how companies like ours navigated through 3 lenses: security, sustainability, and growth. So Sumitomo Corporation's origins go back to 16th century in Japan, built in values like integrity, long-term views, and contribution to society. And the modern corporation started 1919, and it evolved over the century from traditional trading company, which is importing, exporting goods, into more integrated trading house and strategic investor. So what does it mean in simple terms? It means we don't just buy and sell. We help build industries. So we invest and operate and then also partner across value chains, from raw materials to infrastructure and services. In the mid-80s, after the Plaza Accord, Japanese yen strengthened. And so many companies like ours expanded abroad and diversifying into global industrial investment while maintaining our core business role of supplying high-quality products. Today, we have over 83,000 employees in 63 countries. In Europe, which has got headquarters in London, we operate in 22 countries, and in areas Ruth kindly introduced. Yes, so energy transformation and automotives, steels, and also lifestyle and so on. So why this matters for today's topic? So this global presence allows us to observe the approaches to net zero, various approaches to net zero, and also diverse policy and industrial landscapes shaping the transition. The energy transition is no longer driven by technology alone. geopolitics plays an important role, so you can imagine the increased attention to my department. So we see this through, for instance, US policy shift and tariff changes. Sorry. And also EU's strategic effort to de-risk from China by reducing over-dependence in supply chain, such as batteries and solar. So these issues affect everything, from the price of materials, as we heard, to the flow of investment. So how do companies like ours respond? So by focusing on those approaches listed in here. So one practical example I can share today is Europe's offshore wind sector, which is essential to Europe's net zero target and also energy security. But the recent geopolitical events created disruptions, such as rising cost and then logistical delays if you are importing from outside Europe. So our involvement in entire supply chain, even in a partial segment, enables us to mitigate the impact of such disruptions. So in this cycle, first, we supply high-quality steel plates used in offshore wind foundation. And we support Europe's manufacturing by partially investing in Germany's EEW Group, a leading global supplier of the offshore wind turbine. Third, we support construction and then operations activities through a strategic partnership with Norway-based IWS fleet. The picture shown here, it doesn't show the magnitude of how big the actual fleet is, but it's actually huge, as you can imagine. It has got nice also accommodation for crews and the engineers as well. And finally, we participate directly in offshore wind projects in Belgium, UK, and France, helping deliver clean energy to European consumers and businesses. This integration supports resilient, renewable systems in Europe. Partnership with the government industry bodies also helps, together with the collaboration in research and academics. For instance, our MOU with the UK government aims to facilitate up to £7.5 billion of investment focusing on clean energy project by 2035. Japan-Norway Green Strategic Partnership, launched in 2023, opened the door for deeper cooperation on offshore wind, hydrogen, and CCS. Japan and the EU have same 2050 net zero target, but takes different pathways. EU moves rapidly with the regulation and the renewables. Japan takes more gradual and pragmatic approach, balancing energy security and technology development, using transitional solutions such as hydrogen and ammonia. And this is backed by capital known as transitional finance, which Japan is leading. Japan recognizes that some industrial process cannot decarbonize overnight, so it supports flexible and technology-neutral pathways, and that scales over time. Our CCS project, such as P-cluster investment in the UK and the value chain development in Nordics, and our engagement with the so-called hard-to-abate industries, our approach reflecting this Japan strategy, that is to protect competitiveness and economic stability as decarbonization scales. So in summary, our commitment to energy transition stems from Sumitomo's spirit mentioned earlier. Our corporate message, enriching lives and the world, expresses our determination to create safer and cleaner and a more prosperous future through collaboration. Thank you.
We just got time for a short question. Well, it's maybe not that short answer, but you showed us a table where there's a difference in how, I mean, two different regions could have the same target, but they're approaching it differently, like the EU and Japan with different pathways. How is it for a corporation like yours to navigate between those different types of approaches to the same goal?
I think it's so target is the same, but pathway is different. So it's EU's one. It's certainly it's more like a market. It's market maker. Yeah. What we see. So we can see clear direction. So what business really fears is uncertainty. But then UK's direction is so clear. We know when you're operating in the in the EU. So you know the direction. If there is government supports there and the policy is there, it's all supported for the investment. And Japanese way, in the meantime, provides more flexible approach, so that you don't necessarily invest into so early stage where industry cannot really get to the clean products so quickly. For instance, let's say talk about steel. Yes, we can invest now for the CCS, but then can we invest at the same time to make the steel industry clean? Probably not. So that we can also give that technology kind of a support in the meantime. Yeah. So in this way, I think it can align also. Yeah.
Different types of adaptations. Yeah. Akiko, you're going to be back as well, of course, for the panel, and there are questions for you as well. So thank you and welcome back later on. Now, the fifth and final speaker of this session is going to bring us to the foundation of the energy transition, the raw materials that we depend on, and especially the critical ones. Ana Maria Martinez, Chief Scientist at SINTEF, leads the organization's strategic work on minerals and critical raw materials. With a PhD in chemistry and long experience studying vulnerable value chains, material characteristics, and circularity, she is a leading expert in this field. Today, Ana Maria will share her reflections on raw material availability from a circular perspective and what it means for the transition we need to deliver now, or maybe even yesterday. So please give Ana Maria Martinez a warm welcome.
Thank you very much, Ruth, Astrid, and thank you very much for having me here. I'm really happy that you brought up this subject in the energy conference, and it has also been signalized earlier by some presenters and panelists. Yeah, the world's domestic materials consumption, which is equal to materials extraction, has been increasing in the last 2-3 decades steadily. And in 2024, which are the latest data available in Eurostat, this has reached a peak value. 13.2 tons per capita world basis, which is just slightly lower than the average in Europe, which is 13.4 tons per capita. So population growth and industrialization, there are the two main factors that are leading to an increase of global materials demand, which is projected to increase by 30% in 2030. It's a huge increase, right? We use more and more materials as the centuries goes. We use more and more elements from the periodic system with the years. And those materials, in many cases, are considered as critical or strategic. And strategic because of their supply risk implies important economic and strategic consequences. And remember, consumption is what makes us the need to extract and process natural resources into products. I like to highlight in all my speeches that everything comes from somewhere. If it didn't grow, it was mined. Remember that. In the case of technologies behind the energy transition, renewable power, electric mobility, energy storage, critical raw materials are needed in quite large amounts. We are talking about lithium, nickel, copper, graphite, rare earth elements. All of them have experienced extremely large demand in the last years, and there is more to come in the next ones. And per today, as some of you have noticed already, and it has been signalized earlier today, those critical minerals are provided by specific single countries or regions. So the demanding decarbonization goals and the energy transition, and also our industrial development, are dependent on materials that are exported by geopolitical unstable countries and regions. This is a fact. And this dependency, as it is shown in this graph, is much stronger than the dependency on fossil fuels. So on this, I also want to signalize that this is not only the dependency on primary raw materials, it's also a large dependency on processing those materials to obtain the end products that we need for the applications. And in many cases, like it has been also said before, batteries value chains, solar power value chains are controlled as well by single countries or regions. So on this given scenario, there are several strategies that has been proposed to secure critical raw materials availability, as those signalized by the Critical Raw Materials Act by the EU Commission, that Norway seems to implement also. Boost domestic production and further processing, diversifying value chains also here, not only in the energy sector, enhancing material efficiency and substitution, and connected directly with that, increasing recycling and circularity, with the highly demand targets by the Critical Raw Materials Act of 25% of materials should come from recycling by 2030. Recycling, we can say that I could talk about mining, primary production, what are the opportunities, what are the challenges, but today I will talk from the circularity perspective, and just signalize that secondary raw materials, end-of-life products, may constitute a large resource of critical raw materials. Especially waste from electric and electronic equipment, what is called e-waste, is the largest increase in waste streams, is increasing 2% annually, and it composes a large majority of metals. So, of course, I can say the big energy and environmental savings that is related with recycling. Here is some data about aluminum and steel, which are two of the most recycled materials per today. Environmental impacts are saved, natural resources are saved if we are using recycling materials. Steel from automobile is per today 90% recycled. It's also a new metallurgical industry. There are large amounts of critical raw materials also in this electronic waste, estimated around 1 million tons of critical raw materials. There is rare earth permanent magnets in end-of-life products containing neodymium, dysprosium, terbium. There is gold and platinum group metals, PGMs, in printed circuit boards, also tantalum, copper, and in many cases in larger amounts than there is in the ores. So it's definitely a very nice resource potential there, and the availability of recycling feedstock from energy sector is predicted to be very, very large in 2050. I also want to signalize that recycling doesn't avoid the need of primary supply requirements. It is estimated that around 25 to 40% will still be needed. So recycling is not only the solution to have availability of critical raw materials, because there are many, many challenges. There are not so many critical raw materials that are recovered per today from end-of-life products. There is still a lot of challenges. I signalize here 4 of them. There is still insufficient collection of end-of-life products, e-waste. The targets in the EU is 65%. We are lying around 50%, despite the infrastructure is getting better and better. And also in energy technologies, there is a long lifespan of solar panels, electric vehicle batteries, and wind turbine generators, of course. In addition, is a large complexity of end-of-life products. Unfortunately, they are not designed for recycling. Eco-design is more like a utopia per today. So it's very complex end-of-life products. Recyclers, they are relying on shredding operations, and then critical raw materials are usually diluted and lost in the ferrous fraction streams. And this also gives to very complex recycling chemistries as well. So this is one of the factors why many technologies are not deployed on industrial scale per today for recycling. And in the end, it's economical viability as well. Is it cheaper to buy a primary critical raw material from the market, where single countries are establishing the prices? Yes, so recycling materials and recycling opportunities are not economically feasible. Well, here is just the points that I want to summarize from my presentation, but I leave it just here. Thank you so much for your attention.
You left it and then you left it again. Yeah. Thank you, Anna Maria. I just wanted to. It's a question which is more of a comment than a question, maybe, but I think it's going to sound logical to you. Okay. In these times of breaching planetary boundaries, why do we take drastic consumption growth for granted without doing more to reduce consumption? And you said...
Yes, of course. I mean, consumption is what it makes that we need more and more raw materials. So. Yeah. But at the same time, we are facing large technological challenges. Yeah. We are talking here about energy transition. We need renewable energy. Yeah. And we need to build out quite a large amounts of energy from renewables.
Could we manage to reduce our consumption as well?
From a consumer point of view, perhaps this is a consumer responsibility, and it's also our responsibility to deliver back electronic equipment that we have maybe lying in our houses for recycling. There is also consumer awareness problem as well, yes. I agree.
I know. I'm not going to think about the mobile phones in my drawers. Thank you so much. And I'm not going to send you down. I'm actually going to send you over to that chair and have a seat. And you're going to have a nice warm applause on the way. Because we are now moving into the panel discussion. So please rejoin the podium. Sverre Alvik, Caroline Fischer, Edina Wikholm, and Akiko Shimada. We are having questions from the audience. Quite a few of them. Thank you so much, and I'll try to convey a couple of them. But I also know that we have an expert panel, which is very eager to participate as well. So, yeah, I didn't forget anything there. Nice to see you all again. I'm going to start with one question that has been trending since this morning, and I'm looking at you, Sverre, first, since you were presenting the energy outlook and showing the status of the transition. Why, and maybe you might find this question a little bit biased, but we'll see. Why aren't Western countries standing up against the US hegemony and military complex that has created an energy security crisis and renewable energy slowdown? And when I say bias, it's maybe the last thing, because we are seeing that there is an energy transition going on, but it's not fast enough. So why aren't we
standing up towards the US-led slowdown in the transition? Is that the question?
Well, the US hegemony and military complex that has created an energy security crisis, and so that's the result, basically, of the military actions.
I think governments all over the world, they have multiple priorities, and unfortunately the climate change is not on top of the Maslow's pyramid. I think next to sort of water and air and other things that we need every day, then security is prominent on that list. And when there is a threat towards or national or personal security, that takes the focus, and it takes the focus often away from the long-term problem. And it's one of the tragedy of commons for climate change is that it's long-term. It's not urgent. You cannot control it yourself. You need help from a global dugnad, community work, in order to make that happen. And that is probably the main reason why that is suffering when you have more short-term immediate crises like the security crisis we now see.
So everyone for him or herself. Because the question is, why are we not standing up?
I think because other priorities or other issues take priority, and they are perceived more urgent. And climate is often suffering in these issues. Yeah.
And speaking of climate, Caroline, I think you might be able to answer this question also from the audience. Climate change imposes disproportionate costs on the global south. How can the current focus on local energy security avoid deepening north-south polarization?
That's an interesting question. I'm not sure how the renewable energy sort of factors in. I think it's more likely to help, coordinate rather than deepen polarization. I'm not sure I get that aspect of the question, but I certainly agree with the evidence that the greater disproportionate burden of actual climate change is falling on developing countries, and that we collectively have a responsibility to help them navigate that. I mean, developing economies are having to navigate multiple transitions. Like, first of all, they need to grow, they need to develop. Second of all, they need to, we're all navigating a digital transition as well. And developing economies, people need more digital access still, as well as these, rapidly changing technological landscapes that are also shaping energy landscapes too. And then there's also the energy transition to navigate. So there's a kind of like a vast array of investments that need to be made, and with some assistance. But I think, fortunately, a lot of those investments are compatible. Growing clean, so using investment in clean energy access to promote development, to enable more digital access to. So I think that actually a lot of what needs to be done is self-reinforcing. And more the worry is I think that these sort of short-term distractions and changes in priorities are diverting resources from the finance and assistance that developing countries need to participate more fully in the global economy. That would be to the benefit of everyone.
Thank you. Now I'm going to turn to the expert panel, and we have a couple of modelers who would like to ask questions. I think I'm going to ask Jay Edmonds first from Battelle to convey your comments or question maybe to the panel, Jay.
I have a question for the panel. So we've heard a lot today from some great speakers, and it indicates that we're moving into a non-cooperative world where international trade is a weapon of coercion or war. And so supply chains now carry risks of disruption that they didn't carry a decade ago. And international trade in components carry a Trojan horse cybersecurity risk. And this sort of implies a premium on secure onshore production. So with that setup, how will that reshape the energy transition, or will it?
Who are you specifically looking at?
Carolyn may have thought about this, but the panel's got a lot of knowledge. So.
I think there's a tension between, in certain countries are looking towards like reshoring, others are considering friendshoring. So the question, ultimately the question is, you want resilient supply chains. It's not that you have to make everything at home, but you want resilient supply chains. So some of that may be diversifying suppliers, and there are more and more growing economies that are able to supply certain components outside of China, although it's often Chinese companies that may be investing in those, but there is some building out of more diversity in supply chains. I know we're looking in the critical minerals aspect. There are a lot of other countries, like African countries, that have a good deal of these resources that would, be excited to contribute to these value chains. But that takes time to develop. So I think there are opportunities here, but also there's also a role for diplomacy and cooperation, I think, to contribute to resilience. So if we can pull back from a bad equilibrium I guess I would like to hear also from other panelists, like how long do we expect this period to endure? Is this a permanent change in events or a short-term thing? Because ultimately expectations are what matter for the transition. So do we believe that people are staying committed? Do we believe in these are investments in very long-lived, durable assets. So it's not just what's happening today; it's our expectations about what's going to be around in the future.
We also have
we
to
need
endure
to make sure
disruptions along the way. Sverre and then Adina.
Energy dominance means one thing in US and another thing in China, and so where you stand depends on where you sit. And we are seeing after 30 years of an unnormal peaceful period, I think we are more back to the normal unrest that we had during the Cold War and also before that. And diversification is obviously one very important element in this, in addition to being more distributed. And rooftop solar, for example, is an example of how things grow even closer to home in order to be more resilient. And we will probably see that in a more complex or conflict-driven world, we are driving home closer to ourselves, and that then the overall pace is suffering as a consequence of that.
And it's not good for cooperation either.
No, and the lack of cooperation is not good for the overall pace.
Adina.
Yeah, it's a dilemma that when you face a challenge that has really only one solution, and then that solution is cooperation on a global scale. And at the same time, you're in a time where that trust and that cooperation is being ripped apart every day. It's difficult. When it comes to the energy transition, I would say from the industry, in order for me to make, or not me, in order for me to try to make my board approve an investment decision in a decarbonization project, I will need to make them believe that it makes financial sense. It doesn't, not next year, but in the long run. And then
how long a run?
Depends how big the investment is.
Okay.
but what we need is, and what I'm really worried about now, we need to trust that, for instance, the politicians in Brussels and in Norway are able to maintain a grid or a framework that actually penalizes emissions and encourages decarbonization. When that trust starts to falter, we're going to be in a lot of trouble, because these projects don't make business sense. Not at all. But they do make sense if you are moving towards a penalization of emissions. So when Equinor said that industry doesn't want EU ETS, I am representing the largest gas consumer in Europe. We want EU ETS, and we also said that in Antwerp. So, yeah, sorry that Irene wasn't here now, but I told her as well.
Good. Well, thank you for making that point. We're moving on. Volker Krey, looking at you now, integrated models and analysis from IASA, which is the International Institute for Applied Systems Analysis, and a regular on the expert panel. Go ahead.
Yeah, thanks a lot. Very interesting discussion. I wanted to come in on the critical minerals as well as on the embodied emissions. And we've heard, like, on the critical mineral side, recycling is one way of possibly increasing or decreasing reliance on imports. The embodied emissions are another aspect in my view, and both have in common that they are associated with assets, and many of these assets are actually, I would argue, very poorly utilized. I mean, the key example being cars. Most of them are parked 23 hours a day. And so I'm wondering, are we missing something if we just look at recycling on the one end and reducing consumption, which may have well-being implications? We could basically look at alternative ways of providing the same service, just in a way, more efficient way, by sharing or by utilizing vehicles more frequently. It requires looking at other options. So most of us are interested in mobility as a service, not per se at owning a vehicle.
Oh, you shouldn't say that in Norway.
Yeah, just wanted to throw this in as an additional dimension. Was wondering to which degree, yeah, you are also looking into these options that may have a much bigger lever compared to just recycling or sitting at home.
Are you looking at Anna Maria particularly?
For example.
Well, I just want to say that circular economy is not about recycling. It's about keeping materials and products as much as possible in the life cycle. So definitely reusing, repairing, and not just discarding products. This is how we should go. But of course, in the end, and also during the life cycle, there is always leakages. Thermodynamic law, right? So we should be able to utilize all kinds of resources, especially because we have a great dependency for that. So this is one thing. I mean, it's not about recycling, it's about reusing, reutilizing, having things much longer in the life cycle than maybe we do per today, actually. So this is one thing. Another thing that I wanted to signalize is that recycling raw materials industries are largely they're high energy consumers as well. It's a huge energy consumption, and it's also related to what you just said. One has to have a positive business case as well to have the whole business. Unfortunately, it is how it is.
Which requires a market.
Which requires a market as
which
well.
Isn't
in the end, is the end product market price that drives the whole business case. Energy included there. So it's a subject that has quite many complicated points.
You wanted to comment?
Sharing economy, which is part of this, is one of the behavioral changes which we see very little of. And our experience is that the sharing or behavioral change needs to be enforced through policies, because if it comes through my own or your own initiative, it rarely happens. So that's a lot of responsibility on the politicians in order to make these behavioral changes needed in order to utilize materials and other things better to happen.
And I was just wondering, for the two industrial representatives in the panel, how are you approaching the circular economy in your own businesses? Would you like to start, Akiko? Because, I mean, you're involved in many different types of materials and
yes,
and
so we are
different value
certainly we have been trying to include circular economy into our portfolio as well. So for instance, in terms of the recycling, so we are looking into very much battery recycling as well. It's not just a recent thing. We have coming from Japan. Japan has experienced already the sudden halt supply from China over 10 years ago. So there was and then the government stepped in and provided policy-backed support to deal with that. That was recycling, and also diversification. So not only focusing getting one material from the one country, but from other countries as well, and also reserve as well. So so those are okay. It's not corporate side. Corporate side it's circularity, recycling. It's very much embedded in our business model. Whether we can do it now or not in timing, it might take some time because it needs to be also business viable as well. But we are very much looking into also having those experiences in the past in kind of a global perspective as well.
Thank you. Did you want to add anything there, Adina? Or
yeah, for us, I mean, circularity. We have something we call the nitrogen use efficiency. So how that's really the golden goose when it comes to fertilizer. You want to use everything. It's a bit different there because you don't want to have a lot that is not absorbed in the soil and used in the plant. So it's more about getting that efficiency just right. Yeah. Not too much, not too little.
Thank you. I'm going to move further on into the expert panel. And since we were talking about behavioral change, I thought it was logical to turn to you, Christian Klöckner, who you are a professor in environmental psychology. So psychology is your field, and you are affiliated with NTNU. So what did you want to ask the panel about?
Well, what did I want to ask? First of all, I want to say that I've been following this conference now for a couple of years, and I have to say there have been editions where I was more optimistic hearing to what has been presented than this year. But that leads to my question, and the question is, when we see all the big decisions we have to make as societies, whatever we do, it has trade-offs. So there will be economic consequences. Some will benefit, some will pay. There will be social benefits and losses in whatever we decide. There will be ecological consequences for whatever we do. We've been discussing a lot about resilience this morning, but making the energy system resilient will have these ecological consequences. If we do a lot of surveillance in the oceans, it interferes with marine biosystems. So how do we make these decisions? And who's making these decisions? How do we make sure that what we decide is actually reliable for more than a 5 years cycle until the next election? How do we do this within democratic systems? And I don't really have an answer, so I would like
And you expect these to have an answer?
Yes.
Okay.
No, I would like to hear your reflections, because I think that we have so many different crises, and for me, like a democracy crisis is part of the whole thing. And like these crises that we talked about today, they put the way our societies work under pressure as well. So how do we deal with it without losing also the trust that we've talked about earlier, which is something that the Nordic countries still have, and so on.
Yeah, and maybe also avoiding doing it at the cost of other nations, other parts of the world.
Yes, and not discussing in 30 years, not with me, obviously, but with other people, why we ended up in a similar bad situation as we are now, just in a different sector.
And now we're actually entering the social dimensions in many ways that I know that some of the audience have been asking, where are the social dimensions in this particular session and this panel? And I'm kind of looking at you, Caroline, you know, with your experience from the World Bank and also working with economies that are developing. What do you think about Christian's question? How are we dealing with all these different and difficult types of decisions that we have to make on behalf of ourselves, but also future generations?
I think for a lot of developing economies, they're on the receiving end of these global fluctuations and are having to navigate that, but it's on top of sort of like fundamental development challenges. I think a lot of the world still hasn't fully recovered from COVID. Maybe from the virus, but not from the economic shocks of COVID. And so we're in a slower growth period. Now there's added uncertainty. In terms of decision making, though, I don't know how much that changes sort of the trade-offs in terms of looking ahead. It may slow down the growth and development and investment, but I don't think it changes the trade-offs and the need to invest in clean energy. A lot of developing countries have really terrible like air pollution burdens. There's a lot of reasons why they want to transition to cleaner energy sources. They also need to build out a lot of infrastructure anyway. So there's a lot of focus on trying to get the price signals right to reduce phase out fossil fuel subsidies even. I think more and more countries are realizing they can't afford that anymore. So we're getting, moving towards some better alignment of prices. That helps incentives, but we also need investments in public transportation, in the kinds of infrastructure that allow people to make the behavioral choices away from more emitting energy uses. And so you have that whole set of challenges in developing economies.
Sverre, you wanted to comment on this and just to add a question to it.
Yeah.
Who is running the evolution? Markets, policies, consumers?
Ultimately, decisions are taken by politicians, and behind them again, in democracies, there are voters. And what we want is
if they are voting and using them.
If they are voting. And what we want is the decision makers to take as informed decisions as possible. And that's where, NTNU, academia, educational institutions, etc., are so important. And at risk we see in many countries today. So that's the first thing that should happen is obviously to advance research and help people taking informed and as good decisions as possible. And then if you are to compare sort of nature with climate, with poverty and other things, you need to try to put up metrics on this, and the SDGs themselves are a good example of how difficult that is. And even behind that was sort of a notion of growth, which is impossible if you want to at the same time preserve. So there are dilemmas here, but at least you should let the decision makers be as informed as possible on this. And we as voters has a tendency to vote with our wallets, and then we might probably have brave politicians that remove some of that bias into some more long-term, and we have the opportunity to do that, and it's a challenge to politicians to be braver in forcing us to
to think longer than the next election.
Yes.
Yeah. Edina and then Anna Maria.
I think like maybe one of the most important battles aren't in Iran or even Ukraine, but it's the battle about what is true, what is actual facts. Because in order to make those informed decisions, you need to know what the facts are. And I was talking about we need to trust the politicians, a bit like Sverre was saying. But we also need politicians that trust the voters, that don't pretend that, like a few years ago, it was the energy transition. It's a win-win. You get better cars and they're electrical. That was true for the start. We are not there anymore. The next steps are expensive. They will get us to a better place, but it will be a bumpy ride. And I think we need to be honest with voters, with people, that is the way it's looking. But the consequences of not doing that transition
is even worse.
It's worse, and it's worse for my kids. I mean, I can endure a lot if I know that I'm buying my kids a better future. And I think we need politicians to be blunt, be bold, be honest, and trust the voters. Even if it's complex questions, then let's try to get better educated together.
Thank you. Anna Maria.
Yes, very quick. Of course, trust is the key, but it's also social acceptance. It's very important, and social awareness. We know, all of us here, maybe about the importance of the energy transition, the importance of availability of raw materials, recycling. Does the people in the streets know about it? So they have to get informed. They have to get involved in decisions as well. And here I'm talking directly on, not in my backyard, in the case of minerals. And in the case of energy, renewable, we don't want to have wind turbines. So it's about involving the society and trying to raise awareness towards the problem, towards that we can also have the solution for the problem. We are talking lately about the potential of Norway being a provider of rare earths for the whole Europe. And there is a lot of efforts in the fence mineral deposit. And the Nome Kommune is very much involved in the decisions that are taken. The society is very much listened. They have a lot of contact, a very close contact with the society. They are informed. They are involved in decisions. So this is the key. And behind that, it's a political trust. In countries like Serbia, for example, where lithium deposits were about to be open, there's no trust in politicians. People are just showing up in the streets daily because they don't trust. They think that, you open this lithium because you want to get economical benefit. So trust is important, and social awareness and involvement is important here.
I think we have to stop there, actually. I'm afraid our time is running out once again, but thank you so much for a very nice discussion and dialogue session, also with the expert panel and the audience questions. I had so many more questions I would like to ask you, and I know that you would have been more than capable of replying to them as well, but let's give the nice panel a good round of applause. Now, you could just be seated for a couple of seconds, because we are getting close to a conclusion, or maybe many conclusions, as we are about to sum it all up in half an hour. So now it is time to please the sweet tooth that I guess a couple of us do have, at least I have, at least for those who are present here at Samfundet. Coffee and some sweet snacks are served, so please exit through the back door and just make sure to be back by 3:15 for the final session of the Energy Transition Conference. So enjoy the break. See you later.
Welcome back to the final session of this year's Energy Transition Conference. Now, under the title, From Vulnerability to Resilience, Key Messages and the Next Steps, we are going to try to gather all the threads from today's program and hopefully be able to tie some knots and close the loop. Now, there are going to be 3 short presentations in this session, followed by a dialogue session with our expert panel, once again on the first row. And this time I'm going to skip the short Q&As. I've been asking everyone a question, but I'm going to skip that this time and instead save all questions and comments for the panel or the dialogue later on, including whatever might be coming in Slido as well. So you may still ask questions and comment in Slido, but just be aware that I'm going to save everything to the panel. If the saying, to understand our presence, we need to know our past, is correct, it is wise to listen to the historians. And that's exactly what we're going to do now. Karl-Erik Haug, he is a professor in modern history and the head of Department of Historical Sciences at NTNU. And he was previously professor at the Norwegian Defence University College. Norwegian foreign security and defense policy are at the core of his research, to which he has a comparative approach. So, the question is, what can we learn from a recent past to help us navigate through the intersection of energy, security, and strategic competition? Where should our focus be? Now, let's find out by leaving the floor to Karl-Erik Haug. So, once again, give him a warm welcome.
Thanks for having me, and not the least giving me the opportunity to give you a brief history lecture. And I want to talk about war. When I talk about war and how I think about war, I usually begin with this painting by Paul Nash. We are making a new world. A landscape, no man's land, seen from the trenches of the First World War. In all its beauty, it still reminds us of something essential. War is destruction. War is death. War changes everything. And those who wage war never truly knows what comes next. There are similarities between Nash's painting and this picture from the war in Ukraine. But the beauty is gone. Only destruction and death remain. And that is the reality of war. That is what war is all about. Yet somehow, we forgot this. How come? For the past 2 centuries, war has increasingly been seen as something abnormal. The Industrial Revolution and the emergence of liberal ideas and democracy created the belief that free trade and economic ties would secure peace. The beginning of globalization reinforced this idea. Countries that depended on one another would have little, if any, reason to fight. But wars still came. The First World War, the Second. After each, the international community built institutions meant to prevent the next war. The League of Nations, the United Nations. Then came the Cold War. A tense peace based on no trust, but on the fear of a nuclear Armageddon. Still, having survived the Second World War, we remembered what war looked like, and we prepared for it. We built civil resilience. The end of the Cold War changed our mindsets. It was the end of history, as Francis Fukuyama wrote. The future belonged to peace, democracy, and free trade. So when the US-led coalition pushed Iraq out of Kuwait in 1991, it strengthened the belief that military power would now serve good purposes. The same year, the Soviet Union collapsed, and NATO began searching for a new role. First in the former Yugoslavia, and after 9/11 in Afghanistan. We got used to fighting wars in out-of-area operations, and humanitarian interventions became a part of our vocabulary. This could be seen as a part of this new globalized world, where, if we were to fight a war, we would do so as a part of a coalition led by the United States. War again became an instrument for politics, but these wars were wars of choice. We could go home, just as we did from Afghanistan, without having achieved any of our goals, if there was any. And here's the point. Even while we were fighting wars abroad, we convinced ourselves that peace at home was permanent. Russia was viewed as a friend and a potential partner, perhaps even a future NATO member. This belief shaped how we understood war, but it rested on the idea that the old kind of existential state-to-state war had disappeared. This was a deeply naive view. In Norway, even the Chief of Defense expressed this view around 2005. We reduced our military spending, and we didn't think about how a modern society could survive if the worst happened. We acted as if a major war never could reach us. Neither the war in Georgia in 2008, nor the annexion of Crimea in 2014 changed our mindset. It was only after the war, the full-scale invasion of Ukraine in February 22, that we begin to wake up, but slowly. Let me show you this picture of the Kunstsilo in Kristiansand. This building once stored grain, food grain. Today it is an art museum, and that's a symbol of how we have thought about preparedness. From 1995 until 2003, we dismantled our grain reserves almost entirely. Instead, we believed in the gospel of globalization, where everything could be bought and arrived just in time. Only in 2024, Norway again started to rebuild the grain reserves, but the goal was to get 3 months of supply. That goal will not be reached until 2029. So we need to talk honestly about war. The wars we see today are not the new wars described by Mari Kaldor, but they look painfully familiar. No rules, no respect for laws of war, and the civil society is being targeted. These are the wars we thought belonged to the past. And this brings me to my final point, because I need to say some few words about war and energy. Russia's invasion of Ukraine has placed energy at the center of warfare. Power plants, substations, transmission lines. Ukraine's energy system has been systematically attacked to break resilience and morale. This strategy raises fundamental questions about the future of warfare in energy-dependent societies like ours. Russia is not only targeting the energy system because it is considered a military objective. The real target is often the civil population. The energy system is simply the means used to hit the Ukrainian people. And we haven't seen this in Europe since the Second World War. It could become the new normal. That's what concerns me, and we must address it. Thank you.
Thank you so much to Karl-Erik Haug. You will be back and can elaborate on that thought-provoking presentation shortly. Now, from the historical perspective, we are moving on to a more model-based take on how to build a sustainable and climate-resilient future. Sergei Paltsev, he is the lead modeler in charge of the emissions projection and policy analysis model of the world economy that the MIT, the Massachusetts Institute for Technology, has developed. He is also a Deputy Director of the MIT Center for Sustainable Science and Strategy and a Senior Research Scientist at the MIT Energy Initiative. And he has actually been sitting on the first row all day as part of the expert panel. Now it's time for him to step onto the podium and into the spotlight to enlighten us. So please welcome Sergei Palsev.
Well, thank you very much. Thank you very much for the invitation. I always like to come back to Trondheim, to NTNU. First of all, a lot of thanks to Asgeir Tomasgard, who keep inviting me. And he knows that, well, sometimes a little bit hard to navigate because I can say things which people may not like, but well, somehow he decided to bring me back. So be prepared. So I'm setting the expectations right. And well, I already heard one statement, oh, this energy conference is not as optimistic as before. Well, in the country, that wonderful country where I live in, if you're going to hear current discussions in that country, you will feel this is extremely optimistic conference. And so it's all in the perspectives, so where we're going and how to assess things. So what I will try to say in my 6 minutes, remaining 6 minutes, and clock is ticking over there, is try to tell you what we are thinking, how to move to resilience, how to create more resilient world. And this particular diagram we created for one of the projects where we work with one part of the city of Boston, well, particular part, where we were trying to talk and work with the local authorities. So they ask a very simple question, okay, well, are we resilient? How do we make sure that we are prepared? And first thing which we have found out is that, well, they have some tools, some understanding. Well, what about the sea level rise, for example? Or what about how they can decarbonize buildings? But there is nothing which actually looks at that in the integrated fashion. And so just to give you one example, well, that particular part of Boston, where Logan Airport is sitting, Boston Airport, is connected by 2 tunnels. And so if something happens to those tunnels, well, you are in a really bad shape. But there is not really a comprehensive plan, okay, what to do or how to avoid that and how you're going to deliver goods. So, well, the airport may be still running, well, even with the expensive jet fuel prices, as we have learned. But if you have no access to the airport, well, then you need to be prepared. Another thing which we have learned, and kind of we also have done that in Lithuania, in Kaunas, with our colleagues there, is that, well, you need to work more and more with local authorities, with local entrepreneurs, because so far we have been doing, and we have been doing that for many, many years, and some of the colleagues here are doing that as well. We are trying to understand, well, what are the national strategies? How you, provide incentives for doing something which is going to lead to decarbonization. And now we are more and more in the area how you incentivize the local decision-making. So in other words, bring the power back to local decision-making, and that's extremely important to create resilience because local authorities knows better what really matters, where you need to be looking for. And yes, you need support from the global and a lot of interactions, which I'm not going to have time to go into many, many details, but we need to shift the focus much more to local decision makers. And well, by doing that, we have done certain exploration. So this particular diagram we created for our project with US Department of Energy, where we have another project where we're looking at the vulnerability of particular port. In this case, Port of South Louisiana, which is sitting in Mississippi River, which is extremely important port for agricultural trade, for energy trade, for other things. And we were trying also to answer the question, well, is that port resilient? How to increase resiliency for the future events? And well, we are trying to also link to other threats because it's not just about the port, it's not just about the transportation, it's about many, many other things. So just to give you one example, so we had a presentation from DNV, and if I understood correctly, the message, The message was, well, if we are looking at the energy security, well, that's good for energy transition because we have less emissions, at least kind of that's what my understanding of that chart. But is it true the other way around? Well, if we are moving in the world where we have one country which controls, well, 75% of solar manufacturing, similar numbers for batteries, similar numbers for electric cars. And it's not just the production. So I've been in another country where it's a lot of residential solar. And we were talking with the Ministry of Energy. And he said, you know what's my worry? Well, my worry is that solar in every house, because that solar has inverter. And that inverter is produced in one particular country. And I've heard recently about the commercial dispute in another country between the producer and those who has those solar. And, well, whatever was the reason, and whoever didn't pay enough money, but that inverter producer shut down all the inverters. Okay, how you put that as an energy security into your projections? And I can go on and on and on. So I had a presentation with the lithium company, one big company. I'm not going to name the name of the country. You can guess where that is. And I showed you, oh, your projections, look, the world needs lithium. You're in a very good shape. And we did the projections, who is going to buy all that lithium. And immediately the CEO of that company pointed, yeah, but that's a problem. Look who is buying that. We have only one buyer. And you know what that means. So the point, whenever you're trying to get the resiliency, you need to take a lot of different dimensions. And the point which I'm trying to provide with this particular diagram is you need to have the tool which is going to quantify this. So in addition to telling you nice stories, and again, I'm almost out of time to tell you the nice stories, so I'm not going to tell you all the stories which I wanted to tell. But the point is you need to make sure that you also have a tool how to quantify things. And that's exactly how we work with many companies, and a lot of energy companies, and well, you know all the names, well, name the big company, and kind of we are working with them, try to understand what are the implications, how to measure. In fact, I've spent the last 2 days in Oslo with your Ministry of Energy, who have asked me a very simple question. Well, we've heard that renewables are the cheapest way how to produce energy. Is it true? If we are going to take a look at the system-wide look, what are you going to do about projections of electricity prices in the future? Are they going to up or down if we have more renewables? Well, if I would hear your fantastic, optimistic questions, it looks like we will have cheap renewables into the future, and that is going to lower electricity prices. Unfortunately, in our very detailed analysis, we have the opposite answer. So the answer, it depends, because there are a lot of things which may affect the world. And somebody from Yara said, oh, well, we need more renewables. Well, I have a bad news for you. You're going to pay more for the more renewables, not less. Maybe, maybe not. So that's why we need something to quantify, and that's why where the modeling is extremely important. So I'm almost out of time, but what I want to do is to make sure that we are looking at all these trade-offs. We need to make sure that we are moving from this linear to circular. So we had that presentation. I fully support that. But I want to finish not on this. I want to finish on some optimism. And why is that? It's we need to have more places like NTNU. So I've heard that phrase today, that you are the technology capital of Norway. Great. So that's exactly what I would like to hear, because we need more technologies. Despite the statement that we already have all the technologies for energy transition, we need more technologies. We need to get clever. We need to make sure that we are bringing all these technologies, which we are currently working at AI. I like especially this one. We haven't mentioned AI too much in this conference. Well, if it would be in the US, that's the only thing which we will be talking about. But mind the gap, because that's important. Where's that gap between the hype and the reality of the AI, and how much we will be able to capitalize, and what's the impact? Again, there are many fantastic inventions, like, well, you know, that our Commonwealth fusion, so fusion power, nuclear batteries, and that top one is, well, my favorite, where you're producing cement. So you're producing cement you're doing natural gas pyrolysis, you have captured all the carbon, so there are no emissions, you're producing cement, which is also a battery. So imagine your wall where you're charging your phone, or parking lot where you're charging your car. Sounds like a fantasy land at this point, but hopefully that's the reality which is coming to us, and we need to work very hard, both at MIT, NTNU, and many, many other places in the world to bring that reality, because we really need those solutions. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Sergei. And of course, you will be back as well, and maybe you can tell another story there. Now, we are going to maintain the multi-level and multilateral approach to the energy transition in our final presentation today. I quote, "Energy infrastructure security is not only a matter of national defense or economic stability, it is also an environmental governance issue," states Charles Arden-Clark, Senior Advisor to the United Nations Science Policy Business Forum on the Environment, the UNSPBF, to be precise. Mr. Arden-Clark, he is an international expert on environmental sustainability, international environmental governance, and sustainable consumption and production, with more than 3 decades of leadership in multilateral environmental policy and United Nations negotiations. Today, he is here to speak on behalf of the Executive Secretary of the UNSPBF, Shireen Zorba, who was unable to travel from from Kenya to Norway due to the war in the Middle East. Now, we are pleased to have Charles Arden-Clark here with us today, safe and sound. So please give him a warm welcome.
Thank you. It's great to be here. Trondheim, one of my favorite countries, Norway. I'm here for Shireen, so forgive me if I don't get this completely right. She's done a lot of the work behind this speech, but I have to say she also gave me the opportunity to come to this extraordinary conference, which has left me deeply impressed by not just the degree of organization, but the people you managed to assemble in the room, and the multidisciplinary, multi-stakeholder conversation we've had. I think these kind of events, it's not just the technologies, as the last speaker said. This is the kind of analysis that we're going to need to dig us out of the challenges we face. And so I would very much like to extend my congratulations to NTNU for having put this all together. And, I'll make a short pitch for myself. I'd love to come to the next one if there's anything for me to do. So, on to the speech. This forum has contributed to one of the defining challenges of our time, how to transform the world's energy assistance whilst sustaining economic prosperity, social stability, and environmental integrity. The energy transition is currently unfolding in an age of geopolitical turbulence in very real and very short time. A military strike last week on Karg Island, which is Iran's principal export hub, sent a massive shock through global markets. And of course, the Strait of Hormuz is closed, which is only compounding that. This is a very stark reminder that despite the rapid growth in renewables and electrification, for the current time being, the global economy remains structurally exposed to a very limited number of hydrocarbon choke points. The economy transition is increasingly a question of resilience, a word you've heard a lot, and reducing the structural exposure to the energy system, whose vulnerabilities are geopolitical, environmental, as much as economic. Energy underpins our whole economy, industrial production, trade, food systems, fiscal stability, you name it. When it fractures, as we've seen, very much in the past few weeks, the shock propagates through inflation, disrupted supply chains, political risk, and indeed a risk of even more heightened conflict. The transition requires changing energy sources, wasting less of it, and designing systems that require less input to deliver higher productivity and less pollution, and particularly climate pollution that contributes to climate change. This is the essence of energy efficiency, which is frankly a term I haven't heard enough in this conference, and seems to be a seriously forgotten element in the energy transformation we need. The transition also will require a fundamental redesign of energy, industrial, and financial systems, which will require strong political will, coherent, coordinated policies, innovative financing, underpinned by very robust and at times innovative multilateral cooperation, which is at serious risk at present. Excuse me. Structural inequalities have also long constrained progress, particularly in the global south, where, as we've heard, financing costs remain significantly higher and access to infrastructure is much more limited. Those disparities are actually not narrowing, they're deepening. And at the same time, geopolitical instability and fracturing multilateralism are compounding that challenge. War is also redirecting energy systems towards immediate military demand and displacing the vital priority of efficiency. The erosion of trust in multilateral cooperation is weakening coordination and collective action. And the rollback of environmental policies in some jurisdictions and perhaps at the international level is undermining regulatory drivers of efficiency. At the same time, rapidly rising energy demand from AI and data infrastructure is placing additional strain on our energy systems. And there is an accelerating race to control strategic resources, not just oil and gas, but also the critical minerals and rare earths that will be central to the energy transition that we need. And those scarcities, or shall we say those competitions, are also compounding geopolitical tensions and environmental pressures. We also have energy infrastructure located in fragile ecosystems, which when disrupted has consequences that extend way beyond markets, such as, for example, the Nord Stream explosions, which triggered one of the largest recorded methane releases from infrastructure failure. So, the energy transition, which was once framed primarily as the climate mitigation pathway, is increasingly being treated by governments as a strategic systems transformation, and a necessary one. A redesign of energy, industrial, technological, and security infrastructures simultaneously. We need to shift towards more security of sources, supply chain resilience, and industrial competitiveness, but built on lower emissions. The need for critical minerals and rare earths are converting the transition into a strategic dependency question as well. And what were oil choke points in the 20th century energy system, it may be that mineral sources and their refining hubs become those of the 21st century energy system. Rare earths also illustrate the strategic tension because they sit at the intersection of clean energy deployment, industrial policy, and defense capability. The same materials underpin defense system. And this dual use means that the energy transition supply chains are now inseparable from national security calculations. There are trade tensions too. Export controls are becoming routine geopolitical instruments rather than exceptional trade tools. Mining expansion is intensifying pressure on biodiversity, water resources, and indigenous lands as we seek those rare earths and minerals. And in some sense, the energy transition also risks reproducing some of the extractive injustices of the fossil fuel area if we don't get the governance right. Achieving more circularity is therefore both a strategic and an environmental priority, as I think you've been beginning to hear in the presentations today. Expanded recycling and material efficiency could reduce the need for new mining investment by roughly 30% by 2040, according to the IEA. The emerging policy challenge is therefore not simply to accelerate mineral supply, but to govern extraction, processing, recycling, and trade in ways that main the stock of these rare earths to underpin more sustainable and equitable development. Current geopolitical chaos has exposed energy infrastructure, shipping routes, and supply chains as strategic vulnerabilities. So governments must now reconfigure their approach to renewable energy, electrification, and efficiency, not only as climate solutions, but also as instruments for strategic autonomy, national security, and long-term resistance. This strengthens the political case for renewable energy deployment, grid expansion, and efficiency improvements because these reduce exposure to volatile fuel imports and geopolitical shocks. Yet it also intensifies competition over the industrial and mineral foundations of the transition. The strategic implications of all this are complex and far-reaching. Policymakers must confront three interlinked challenges, and this is probably the key part of this presentation. A rapid transition without a supply chain strategy creates new security risks. A supply chain strategy without environmental governance undermines legitimacy, justice, and intergenerational equity. And a durable transition must reconcile the three imperatives simultaneously of strategic resilience, ecological stewardship, and equitable development. In this age of geopolitical fracture, the energy transition is no longer merely an environmental and climate agenda. It is becoming the organizing principle for economic security, industrial strategy, and international stability. If governed wisely, this transition can reduce vulnerability, restore balance with the natural world, and open new pathways for cooperation even in times of conflict. If governed poorly, the transition risks deepening rivalries and reproducing the very injustices and much of the damage that we have seen before. The responsibility for us is to shape the energy transition so that it does result in resilience, sustainability, and equity advancing together. In the end, this transition is not only about how we power our economies, it is about how we choose to power the future of our civilization. Thank
you. Thank you so much, and it's good to hear the perspective of the United Nations, which you are representing, even though you're speaking on behalf of Shavin Sorba. Now, you took a seat, which is very wise, because we are going to invite back to the podium Karl-Erik Haug and Sergej Palsev for the final dialogue session. And as you can see, there are 5 chairs, so we're going to re-invite Asgeir Tomasgard as well to join us, to contribute to concluding and wrapping things up together with the expert panel, of course, and potential questions from the audience. And I would actually like to start. So Asgeir, if you sit at the end, and I can sit here. I'm going to ask a question that has been trending all day, I've been told, in Slido, and that I think we have the perfect place for now. It's about war, so I'm going to look at you, Karl-Erik. And this is the question, this is the background. Norway is today a war profiteer and a climate change profiteer based on fossil fuel exports. What are our moral obligations at this crucial historical moment? Because we've been talking and talking and talking all day, but what are we actually doing at the end of the day?
That's a great question. I know that it's also been posed to the Prime Minister and the government. But of course, it's a problem that Norway is a war profiteer. So from my point of view, we should at least spend much of that money on Ukraine, supporting Ukraine. Because, I mean, we have earned about 1,000 billion Norwegian crowns extra each year since 2022. That's a lot of money.
That's a lot of money. And I mean, Norway keeps saying that we are actually financing to a good degree.
Yeah, I do agree, but I mean, we are in a quite special place when it comes to the rest of Europe and the rest of the world. I mean, we don't need to borrow to support Ukraine. The rest of Europe is basically borrowing money to support Ukraine. So, from my point of view, we have an obligation.
Yeah. You're nodding, Sergei. I mean, because we didn't say that, but you're originally from Belarus, living in...
Even more complicated. Originally from Kazakhstan.
Ooh, from Kazakhstan.
But I have relatives both in Belarus, Russia, and Ukraine.
And you're living in the States.
And I'm living in the States. And I fully support that notion.
Yeah.
And we have heard from Yulia today kind of how brave the people of Ukraine and trying to handle all this situation. I know that from the first hand because I have relatives there, and I think this type of thinking is going to be extremely appreciated, and they need that. They need that desperately.
And I'm looking at you now, Asgeir, adding on a question from the audience, which is related. We've been talking about addition versus transition today, that there is an addition of energy, and I think Haitze Siemers was the first one who talked about that. So the question is, how can the EU phase out fossil fuel systems and address minimum viable scale issues? And how is Norway planning its oil and gas phase out? You mentioned Norwegian natural gas is an important part of the European energy system now after the invasion of Ukraine. But we have to think further and into the climate goal achievements as well. So this discussion is popping up from time to time in Norway, but not often enough, probably.
It's a good question and an interesting question, and actually related to what I'm doing my research on myself. That's how do we do the transition of the system. And my personal opinion, I think we have seen on graphs today as well, and my research shows, and other people's research show that there will be fossil fuels in the mix in 2050, 2060, and will be needed. At one point, at least in Western countries, that needs to be abated. So we cannot afford to have unabated fossil fuels in the mix in regions like Europe if we want to reach the 2 degree or even 2.2 degree target that was mentioned. So in some respect, if you look at Norway's position, I think if you look at natural gas around the world, there is plenty of natural gas available that is not explored. In Norway, I think the natural gas will go in decline somewhere in the next decade, and the question is, will that happen before Europe has been able to replace that natural gas with sufficient amounts of renewables?
What do you
This is a timing question.
What do you think?
My research shows that it would be very beneficial for Europe to have Norwegian low-emission or zero-emission natural gas value chains where CCS and hydrogen, blue hydrogen, go hand in hand by building up the renewables.
So and when you say beneficial, beneficial for whom or for what?
Mostly for the decarbonization of industry. If you want to decarbonize European industry, then you would need to have a carbon capture and storage, again supported by the natural gas industry, but mostly used in industry, I would say. You would need to have hydrogen. The volumes from hydrogen, if you want to keep the industrial structure as it is today, and that's not for sure that this will happen, but if you want to keep it, you would need millions of tons, tens of millions of tons of hydrogen. And as someone mentioned earlier today, it's a factor 4 to 5 more expensive to produce that by electrolysis today than by natural gas. And what our models show is that when we move towards 2050, 2/3 will be green hydrogen. But there is a transition going on in the next 25 years.
Yeah. Charles, I didn't say that when I introduced you, but you also have a long background from NGOs and working with environmental topics, and you've been advocating for energy efficiency. You're one of the few who has mentioned that today, and you also brought up land use, indigenous rights, and so on. What is, from the United Nations, the global perspective, when you're listening to this discussion, what are your thoughts? Are we going in the right direction?
We are starting to go in the right direction in terms of implementation. We have a huge amount of paper and a hard science-based analysis to tell us what the right direction is, but we're not responding anything like fast enough. I would mention that, in my view, the SDG text is the best UN text on sustainable development since 1992. We have a game plan, which is 30 pages long. It has goals and targets in it. We now have indicators. We didn't have that with Agenda 21. We had a, 400-page document with X chapters, which was absolutely right, but was totally impenetrable. I think one of the things that governments should be doing at a strategic level is making their selection, not of the SDGs they pick, but the SDG targets, which now have indicators, because I think this gives you a game plan on all the issues. Perhaps less so on climate change, because they deferred to the UN, they deferred to the Climate Change Convention, as they should have done. But we know absolutely what we need to do. The issue is not now of ignorance, it's now of implementation. It has been for a long time. Yep. And it is of the political will behind that. And I would say that one of the SDGs, the one that my particular part of UNEP had a lot to do with, was sustainable consumption and production. And I'm glad that finally the demand side of the equation has risen, because we're not going to solve this from the supply side. No. We absolutely need to deal with the consumption side. I don't particularly like the word responsible consumption, because I'm not quite sure what it is. It is socially and environmentally sustainable consumption, which is what we need. This is a responsibility of consumers, ultimately, but consumers also include government procurers. They include those who are responsible for, they include retailers, they include a large part of the supply chain. And I think we have to move the responsibility for sustainability up to the retail end of the supply chain.
I think I have to stop you there, because I would like for the expert panel as well to get some final reflections. And I see we are, once again, time is running away from us. Reinhard Madlener, I would like to start with you. You're Professor of Energy Economics and Management at the RWTH Aachen University. Economy is your field. What is your reflection or question or challenge to the panel?
I want to share a thought that actually fits nicely to the last sentence that was said, responsible consumption, but it relates to what Sergei posted or postulated. He said we should move action to the local level in a way. Maybe it was out of context, maybe you meant this mainly for resilience action, whatever, but I want to put it into the context of today's world with the geopolitical turbulences. The last days we discussed AI, we discussed data centers, large and small ones, and taking action locally or nationally or supranationally. So I wonder, in today's times, whether this implies argumentation towards more local action, or quite the opposite, that because of all these crises we are facing, we should think more in centralized decision-making, centralized action, or do we just need both? Is it a non-issue, or does any of the panelists have something to say connecting to this thought? How much local, how much global, national?
Global, yeah. I can start and then you can expand. I fully agree. I think if you are going to empower local decision makers, local entrepreneurs, and they will bring the solutions which are closer related to what the constituents mean. And I fully agree with you that if we are not going to make sure that we are changing behavior on the demand side, that it will be very, very difficult to achieve sustainability goals, energy transition goals, and other goals. And historically, well, I've been at MIT for almost 25 years, and historically we thought, okay, well, if you will have right regulations, if you will work on these wonderful programs of global carbon tax, UNFCCC, whatever, well, then the problem is going to be accelerated and kind of, well, the solution of the problem is going to be accelerated. It didn't happen. So we know that we don't have any global carbon tax. We know that the world is getting even more fragmented. So then we thought, okay, if we are going to make sure that we pose that on the industry, on the companies, that they are responsible. And well, to tell you the truth, I had a conversation with Yara, and I was very curious, asking her, well, why are you supporting ETS? Well, that's an extra price which you are going to pay if you're a business. Well, that's not a good decision. Why you want to have something more expensive rather than less expensive? And she gave me an honest answer because, well, that's what we truly believe in. That's where we need to go. And even if it's going to mean that, well, our profit margin is going to be a little bit lower, the benefits from what we are going to get is going to outweigh. Unfortunately, I think you're in a very rare position and a very rare company who are still making those statements. If you're going to take a look at a lot of companies who used to have those net zero targets by 2050 and so on their website, well, in a lot of them, they're gone. They're not there yet anymore. So kind of point number two, well, we tried government regulation. It didn't work very well. Industry, some responsible parties doing well. But if we are not going to make sure that it is fully supported by the consumers, that you understand why you are doing that, you are not going to make a progress. So that's why the local decision-making, local actions are extremely, even more important, and not just for resilience and sustainability, for many other actions.
Does anyone want to add on? I mean, you're representing the United Nations. I mean, which has been, how should we put it, been declining in its influential power? Mm-hmm. Is that a right way to put it?
Yeah, no, that's definitely a right way to put it. I mean, the multilateral system and international law are under attack, and they're being degraded. I mean, my personal opinion, and I should say that, is that we urgently need to close the gap between civil society and the UN and international institutions and the body of international law. The UN and those institutions need civil society far more than we did before. Both are being eroded in terms of the number of people who, I mean, the NGO sector, I know NGOs that have lost 20% of their staff. You know, parts of the UN have lost 20% of its staff. Yet what you have in those bodies is you have a community of people who've been working on these issues, and by far the majority of whom are totally committed to them and are very experienced in them. We can plug gaps by coming together, and it's difficult for institutions to come together. We don't have to formally come together. You just have to create effective coalitions for what is known as collective impact. And there's a methodology to do this, and it's been proven, and there are ways to do this around specific issues. So, I mean, that is how, since I left the UN, I've decided I'm going to spend the rest of my time that I'm active is trying to build those kind of collective impact coalitions. And I think that's key. And just to say one other thing, I totally agree that action at the local level is really important, also for innovation. Central governments are not going to come up with all the solutions to the problems we face. You're going to need the innovation that's going to happen from having committed people working on this at local level, and particularly local government people who are actually more in touch with the citizenry than the people who sit in the capital.
Karl-Erik, I would like to have your perspective on this. I mean, because we see larger organizations are crumbling in many ways. Have you been naive?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I mean, I think that we can agree upon the solutions here. But I mean, the question is how to do it. Because right now we don't know. because the world aren't working the way it did before. I mean, when the US are targeting members of the criminal court because they are saying the wrong things, how should we make national society work? How should we just expect it to work? So I mean, the problem now is that we really don't know how to make this cooperation happen. If I should recommend a book, I do read books. Alexander Stubb, the Finnish president, wrote this book about the New World Order. And he's painting this picture about uncertainty and how things is changing and things changing fast. And he's talking about the power triangle, the West, the East, and the South. I don't know if that it's a correct observation, but anyway, the real thing now is that the world is uncertain, and we don't know how to handle it because all the institutions, all the things we have believed in, is gone. The world is changing. So I mean, the question is not what we should do; it's how should we do it, and who should do it.
Yeah, I was thinking, are we going to end there for the conference today?
Read the books. I like that suggestion.
Yeah,
read the books.
Read the books and read books.
And people still reading books? Wow. Okay, I'm impressed because my daughters, well, they do is just looking at the Instagram or other things. Well, sometimes they read. If they will listen, they will be mad at me because they recently got very good books. But that's another thing, that attention span is getting shorter and shorter. Yeah. And so
what does that do with our capacity to educate ourselves? You know what? I would have loved to invite the rest of the expert panel to open for the questions, but I actually think we have to stop there. And you've given us a lot of food for thought. The panel, the experts, the audience. And as someone said, we're not as optimistic this time as we used to be. We have to be realistic as well. So we'll have to see. I think keeping on gathering, meeting people, that at least is an important part of what the conference is doing. So, yeah, I just think we have to say thank you so much to the panel for coming here. Sorry that I'm not lifting the spirit anymore at this moment, but I know that everyone here is working on the energy transition, and I'm going to have 2 words with Asgeir at the end. So now I would just like everyone to say thank you to the panel, Karl-Erik Haug, Charles Arden-Clark, and Sergei Paltsev. Give them a nice warm of applause. You can step down. Thank you. And Asgeir, at the end, because this is the 10th edition of the Energy Transition Conference, and it is fair to say that there are a lot of bad news. I mean, one thing is wars and conflicts, but the emission cuts are not happening at the desired speed, the global temperature is still rising, and the energy transition is moving too slowly. So this is a pretty stupid question maybe, but are you still optimistic about the energy transition? I mean, you've been doing this for 10 years now, this conference and this week.
I would have thought 10 years ago that we would have come further now, and the reason for that is that we know quite well how to do it. We have to reduce demand, we have to become more efficient, we have renewables that we could build if society wants them at a price which doesn't need subsidies. And we know most of the technologies we need to decarbonize industry. And I think one would have thought 10 years ago that maybe markets can fix this with a little bit of help from the national states and the European Commission and global cooperation. But this is where I think we have failed a little bit. Yep. For me, it's like national security. That's something that governments are responsible for. That's something that European cooperation and national organizations like the UN are responsible for. So now that's very much intertwined with the energy transition, and that means that we also need to take a collective responsibility both in the private sector and in the government sector. And I think we as academics can help by creating places like this to discuss this. But there is a need for a real effort.
Absolutely.
At this stage.
From all sectors and all
the good news is we know more or less how to do it.
Well, we've known that for quite some time, I would argue. But
that's the bad news.
Yeah, that's the bad news. So what about the transition initiative? I mean, you've done this for 10 years. Are there things ahead that indicate some kind of change, or are you doing things differently?
Yes, I think what we will do, we have a 10-year celebration. In the next 10 years, we will widen out our scope. We will invite more partners. We will try to create more arenas like this. So we'll try to continue the work.
Keep the continuum up.
Keep the continuum.
Yeah.
And well, you have seen on the screens during the day some of the partners we have today, and we are really looking forward to extend the networks that we have in the Energy Transition Initiative, because we think really this is the type of arenas that we need more of.
And this audience, either they've been here physically or digitally, are also invited to evaluate and give inputs and thoughts on the way forward for the Energy Transition Week or even the conference.
We start to work with next year's program in 1 month.
Yeah, of course you do. So there's going to be an evaluation form which will be sent out on Friday, but there's also the QR codes at the back of the room, and I think it's going to be put on the screens as well. There is a code that you can use. There it is. Your opinion is wanted. So, is there anything else you would like to add before we say good day?
I think I need to thank all the people that has helped making this possible. We have, as you see, the expert panel on the front row. Many of those and additional people as well have been very active in shaping the program. We have a program committee that's been working since June last year. I want to thank all of those. And not the least, I want to thank the organization committee, local organization committee that works to make this happen. And personally, I'm a little bit subjective, but I think it's been fantastic. Thank you.
You've been doing a great job. I think we should all give them all a round of applause. So, final words. This is just some final practical info. So in the name of sustainability and circularity, please leave your name tags when you're exiting the building close to the wardrobe. There's going to be some boxes where you can put your name tags. And for those attending the conference dinner, I think you know who you are. There are 2 buses ready to leave at 4:45, which is in approximately half an hour. They will drive over to the hotel where the dinner is at 4:45. Then there's a reception. For those not taking the bus, the reception starts at 5:15. So please be there in due time. And the dinner starts immediately after the reception finishes. So that's it for today, folks. Thank you for attending. And good luck with next year's planning, starting in 1 month. So thank you.
And thank you.
Thank you.